assumption number one, a vertical is a straight line.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
That's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
It's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Deb, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. No reason, no logic. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, you're just on your own. What do you think? No reason, no logic, no answers to question. I think I destroyed you is what I think. You're just on your own. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Free for All Friday, so you know the usual. Click the link. Come on into Discord if you've got anything to say. You want to join on in. It is everybody else's chance to have a go. We have got a little bit of that video to finish off, but it shouldn't take too long. So if anybody wants to go over this week's content, thanks to Blue Marble Science and Flat Earth Math, Rumpus, the last Shadow Giant Blue Marble Geodetic surveyor, Larry Scott. They were even some Australian. I don't even know who he is. It was quite good last night. We had Charles, Flat Earth Math, come in. As you can see on the chat, even FE Dogma wants to come and get in. I think Blue Marble Science, FE Dogma, and Flat Earth Mathematics, Math. I think he needs to get in on it as well. We need to get as many of the Flat Earth guys together, and then they could really, you know, sort all of this stuff out. Flat Earth Dogma, as you can see in the chat, live chat there, he said he can easily prove that a level line is a straight line in a horizontal plane. So with him easily being able to prove it, we can join in. So if anybody wants to come on in, I can definitely do that. Come on in the chat. I've only got this little bit of the thing to go over. But if anybody else got anything? Oh, that's the point as well. We're having to implement, I'm going to have to keep saying this, a new procedure for people that come into the live chat. We've had a spate of imitators, imposters, people changing their name in Discord. And because they've done this thing where they've taken away a number after the tag, you can't really tell who people are anymore. So one of the trolls, at least one of the trolls, don't know how many characters they're impersonating, but they are now impersonating. It could be anyone. So what we ask is that anybody that wants to come in here, at least if anybody comes in, if you can come in and verify that it's you, then we will know that if anybody does come in trying to impersonate you, then we will know automatically that they are part of this imposter team. So we've had a few people that didn't like the idea of this, and they've left it. So possibly this imposter is could be running many accounts. We just don't know. So that's all we ask now within the Discord is if you want to come in and you have a chat, or if you want to be sat in the chat, in the text chat typing away. We do really need people to be verified now, so we know who they are, because of this person that's pretending to be other people, and he doesn't really care. He'll pretend to be anyone. And we can't really have that, because we're after being able to communicate with people. We don't want to have imposters pretending that they are these other people, and that's sort of shutting down conversation. We know that there's a lot of weird things going on around here at the minute. So we'll get it going in a minute. Seems like everybody's leaving us again. Nobody wants to be involved. Oof. What's the weather like? Whew. It's roasting here in the UK. Okay. So if anybody does know, I think the latest one that we had was Kumu virus, but now a Kumu virus hasn't been around to stay that anyway, so I don't really know if it was him or not. Can't really tell. Don't think he does that sort of stuff. Anybody got anything else? I can't remember the stuff we've been going over. Let's go over this. Agents Live. FE dog. Does it take a bit to go over that? Right, I'll put it in the chat anyway. Yeah, we do need to go over the conversation with Flat Earth Matt from last night. I need to get finished this other one first. This is a conversation with FE Dogma, another one. There's loads of them. They're all Blue Marbles friends, I think. So this is we have not mentioned. I don't know if anybody's new to this. There is a drawing that Flat Earth Dogma, FE Dogma, the guy that hands out the dogma, that he did, where he placed two tangents on the same plane, let's say, of LIGO. LIGO lies within a plane, and this is him trying to explain or justify it, but it gets a bit strange. This is why I think we need the Flat Earth guys. So anybody that's got a Flat Earth tag, I call them the Flat Earth Society guys. So the Flat Earth Dogma, Flat Earth Math, and who else is there? Oh, well, there's the Flat Earth Debate crew. Debate Flat Earth and more, all of them lot. There's quite a few of them. Pilot, there's a Flat Earth Pilot. All the big Flat Earth guys. So he says he's talking about where I said you have two tangents on a single line, and he says again ad nauseum, I have two separate lines, and each line is tangent to a different point, two different concentric circles. Right, so I have two separate lines, and each line is tangent to a different point on two different concentric circles. Then he goes on to say, you should not only know enough geometry to understand that line can intersect a circle without being tangent to it. That it is impossible for a straight line to be tangent to two concentric circles. But up here, he's got, I have two separate lines on one plane, and each line is tangent to a different point on two different concentric circles. But you should know that it's impossible for a straight line to be tangent to two concentric circles. So whilst being impossible, he imagines that point at A and a tangent point at B, he imagines they're two different lines. Not the same one, even though they are on the same plane. And then he says, now, since you don't understand these very simple Euclidean geometric concepts and made a straw man argument about twin tangents, then how are you going to understand that it is possible for a straight line to be in multiple planes? How are you going to understand that it is possible for a straight line to be in multiple planes? He says.
Yeah, no, right?
A straight line lies within a plane. We have a realizing Euclid test that targets that very fact. Yet he says it's in multiple planes. It's not possible. Straight line lies within a plane.
Well, the proposition says that the straight line cannot lie both within a plane and without the plane. But it could be in multiple planes if you have several vertical planes passing through the same vertical line. That line would be in several vertical planes. No?
I don't know.
It wouldn't be leaving any of the planes that it's in, so it wouldn't violate that principle. But it would be in multiple planes, or no?
Well, I see.
I'm not
If you're
sure.
talking vertical, I suppose, but we're talking horizontal, I think. It might possibly work for vertical, but not horizontal. Don't think you could have a straight line lying in multiple horizontal planes if it was horizontal.
No, that would be impossible, yeah.
And even if it was tilted.
Yeah, it wouldn't be horizontal anymore.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be it'd still lie within that plane, wouldn't it? The straight line lies within a plane.
Yeah, the other plane that's tilted would not be horizontal. And the line would still not be leaving the original horizontal plane. So, yeah, that would change anything at that point. Horizontal, it doesn't make sense for horizontal.
He says the southwest arm is tangent to the same curved surface elevation point at the end station that the second plane is tangent to. It's got two planes. It's got LIGO arms lying in two planes. But isn't that...
As in one physical building that's built on level ground, right? The straightest level ground in the universe.
He's saying two planes.
Yeah, how can he justify that?
Second plane is tangent to multiple planes. That's what I'm saying. He's got this horizontal line lying in multiple planes. It's just wrong. Just blatantly wrong. And then he goes from that one to the one where he says about he says, obviously you didn't Google surveying horizontal lines and level lines because a straight line in a horizontal plane is actually called a horizontal line. Also, I can easily prove that a level line is a straight line in a horizontal plane. It's not me that's wrote this. This is FE Dogma. I mean, I can prove that level is horizontal. But he says he can. Also, I can easily prove that a level line is a straight line in a horizontal plane. He does seem to go and contradict it. And I think he may have made an error in not putting a knot in there. But, he thinks he can easily prove that level is a straight line. It says if a level line is of equal elevation is a straight line in a horizontal plane, then the elevation of an auto level's horizontal plane will not change with distance. The horizontals don't change elevation. Otherwise, it would be a slope and horizontals do not slope. So, I mean, I don't know how easy you'd have to make the argument, you know, how more plainly you can state it. But he says, if a level line of equal elevation is a curved line that curves down from the horizontal, then the auto level's horizontal plane will measure increasingly higher elevations with distance. That's his if then. If level line of equal elevation is a curved line that curves down from the horizontal, then an auto level's horizontal plane will measure increasingly higher elevations with distance. Sloping horizontals. Higher elevations over distance. And then he says, funny that your own photo of Blackpool Tower falsified your model of level, but supported what you call the dogmatic globe model of level. Denying reality is not healthy for the mind, and I would agree with him. Denying reality is definitely not healthy for the mind. That's why we just need to find out whether a horizontal increases with elevation. Is there a slope to horizontal? FE Dogma seems to have set the task. I think there's a guy called Flat Earth Mathematics who's going to be sorting that thing out. Like it, the more people we can get on this, the better. Is horizontal an equal elevation? Seems like there's some flat earth guys that don't realise whether it is or it isn't. We don't know. FE. So FE Dogma, that's the guy, the guy that hands out the dogmatic beliefs. He set a task for everyone to find out whether horizontal increases with elevation over distance. He's never done any surveying or differential leveling or anything like that. But there's a lot of people that admit to that sort of stuff. Right, so what are we going to do? Do you want to go over and finish the end of the blue one, and then let's see whether we can get into Charles from last night? Because that one was a little bit strange. It's got the canals and the elevation profiles. Is that you, paper? Sorry.
Did he say any more stupid things?
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, some really stupid shit. I don't know why they... See, this gets me. That everybody out there, right? Everybody knows it's a globe. Right? Everybody, you just know it. You've been taught it from childhood, right? Everybody's just been pumped with the globe. You know, have a globe. It's everywhere. It's on the telly. You can't get away from it. On the news, the weather, all sorts of stuff. You can't get away. So everybody knows it's a globe. Yet, when people say stupid shit, how does that make you feel, right? When, you know, somebody says, like, guys, I'm definitely living on a globe, and here's some stupid shit that happens on my globe. Has to.
Maybe because this globe is not so obvious for them, so they desperately seek for proofs. But when they try, they land in contradictions and absurdity. So this is fun part of that.
Elevation profiles. I mean, I think the claim is now that all of the horizontals on an elevation profile flat earth mathematics said you can't even draw a horizontal on a vertical plane. It's not possible. You're not allowed to. Yet all of the elevation profiles seem to have horizontal lines on them and have like a vertical change, a perpendicular change in elevation measured to those elevation profiles. Yet certain people say there's no such thing as horizontal. Does that have a horizontal rote on it? Mean low water.
Charles is interested, I think, because he is already in chat.
Is he? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, again, can't go over Charles while Charles is here, can we? We can go like a triception. Right, let me get the let's get this one finished up, and then we'll see whether we can get a chance to go to. Right, here we go. Fem as possible. As much fem as possible. Let's see. Right, can you guys hear this? Make sure the sound's okay for you guys in Discord.
That the mouth of the
Does that sound
Nile
good?
is further from the
Yeah.
Okay. Did we do the
I'm sorry, the
Nile?
mouth of the mouth of the Nile. That's where it empties out, right? The mouth of the Nile
Oh, we
is
did that.
further from the.
Rumpus called him, didn't he?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say Mississippi would qualify.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would go. Yes, definitely. Yes.
But it would have to be a very
Trying to
very
work out
flat,
which rivers
slow
go
moving
uphill.
river. So I think the Mississippi probably does qualify because there aren't too
And
many
it's
rapids.
so long because, it's going from the 43rd latitude down to the 33rd. So, you got plenty of distance and only a couple hundred feet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds like it can definitely.
So that would be an interesting one to work out. I just
And Blue could put up my Eratosthenes, where I did essentially the same thing as the bridge, except over 520 miles.
Interesting.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, now you sound like Jaron. Interesting.
I can't really get to it at this moment, Larry.
Blue, I've got to hammer home that point you did with your reciprocal zenith measurements and Bev not understanding it. He spent something about half an hour yesterday getting all confused, messing around in GeoG, but simply not understanding the simple point that the sum of you were doing a test for whether or not two lines were parallel. Yes,
right.
there we go.
Exactly.
Yes, so I missed. I was away. I had to go away for a bit. Yeah, so you were doing a test to determine, or what Larry was doing a test to determine. He wasn't trying to work out things. You only had 3 bits of information. 2 bits of information. Sorry, 2 angles, and he's saying if those 2 angles are sum of the 2 lines are parallel. If they didn't sum up to 180, then they weren't parallel. It's as simple as that. And the confusion. And that just demonstrates to me that he is an idiot.
Wow.
Because no one who understood the issue would go on and on about this for half an hour, lecturing other people about it in terms of a lie. So I don't think
I've never lectured anybody about this. I don't think we did a lecture on anything. We were just going over it. Bumbling along, as we said.
he genuinely understands that simple diagram that you've got there, that you're just simply adding H and G to determine whether or not line C, D, and AB are parallel. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, that's
Guy
all
is
it
a
is.
complete moron.
That was the only argument. That's the only reason I was using Proposition 29, just to show that they are not parallel.
It's a parallelism test. It's a test of parallelism.
Right. When that
The proposition about parallels, Rumpus. It's not a test. It's a proposition. Perhaps should learn about that, Rumpus.
angle at G and the angle at H don't sum to 180 degrees, that only can tell you it can tell you a couple of things. But primarily what it's going to tell you is that those two lines are not parallel with each other if they're in the same plane.
Which they must be, given they're just two lines.
Yeah.
Did he both say in the same plane?
G and the angle at H don't sum to 180 degrees. That only can tell you it can tell you a couple of things. But primarily what it's going to tell you is that those two lines are not parallel with each other if they're in the same plane.
If they're in the same plane. And that plane has to be a vertical plane, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, didn't Rumpus say a bit earlier in this that there are no vertical planes?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so Blue's basing his whole thing on parallels around he says, if they're in the same plane. Listen to again.
Parallel with each other if they're in the same plane.
If they're in the same plane. To which Rumpus says, there is none. So let's hear what Rumpus says.
Which they must be, given they're just two lines.
Yeah.
Which they must be. But Rumpus said no vertical planes. But they must be.
They must be.
They must be. They must be, but there is none.
You can't
I mean,
quite
well, no,
rule out
not necessarily.
dishonesty just yet.
Oh, it's just true. Sorry, yeah, they're verticals. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
They're both verticals, yeah.
Yeah, so they have to be. Yeah,
so they would have to be in the same plane. If they were if they were not, they could be skewed to each other, and then all bets are off. It doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So Blue's thing relies on them being in the vertical plane. Listen to them discussing it. This is Rumpus and Blue discussing the vertical plane that Rumpus has said doesn't exist, and how Blue is basing his entire reciprocal zenith thing about not being parallel about the plane that Rumpus says doesn't exist.
You can't
mean,
quite
well, no,
rule out
not necessarily.
dishonesty just yet.
Oh, it's just true. Sorry, yeah, they're verticals. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
They're both verticals, yeah.
Yeah, so they have to be. Yeah.
So they would have to be in the same plane. If they were not, they could be skewed to each other, and then all bets are off. It doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so they are both verticals, and they both have to be in the same plane. A vertical plane that Rumpus said doesn't exist. Yep.
Hey, I
But
had
he seemed
a
to think he was drawing out, adding all. I mean, he was getting confused by adding in all sorts of other angles and other sort of postures. And
it was obfuscation. Hey, I had a thought, Blue, and anybody else who's listening and wants to possibly duplicate the zenith angle measurements. It's really tough to visually spot the other person, because the further you get away, it's really difficult. So what would you think about using a road flare? Because doesn't a road flare, burn blinding, so blinding that you can't look at them. You'll kind of get some eye.
He's never heard of signal mirrors. I mean, Charles, he's just showing you inexperience here.
You'll hurt your eyes.
Well,
would that be helpful as a signal? For a great distance?
There's a much more sophisticated modern device that they use these days. It's called a mirror.
But I mean, with the mirror,
literally, you can see a signal mirror over hundreds of miles.
Okay. I've never used a signal mirror. I always thought it would be hard to aim it. I know they usually have a little hole in them, but how do you know where your sun is flashing?
Well, in today's world, it's not all that hard to do. You got cell phones. You can be talking to the other guy saying, "Hey, do you see it yet?"
Yeah. Okay.
No, in the signal mirror, that center hole has a fiberglass grid, and as you tilt the mirror around, you'll see the hot spot of the sun crossing that hole. Then carefully, while turning it and maintaining that hot spot on that fiberglass grid, you bring it around slowly until you can see that hot spot is on your target.
I get you.
Amazing.
I get you.
Of course, you then need to be able to see your target. Of course, you need the other target then needs to be highly visible. Of course.
No. When Jesse and I did it, we were about scrubbed because he couldn't see me because it was foggy.
Yeah, but how could you see him?
The
question was whether or not you would.
Okay. I only need to know where he is for about a half a degree left or right.
Right. So check this out. This is Larry. This is Blue Marble has a thing that is based on Proposition 29 about parallels, and this is Larry talking about the very thing that Blue Marble's doing. There's one that's in the vertical plane that Rumpus says doesn't exist, and what they've done is Larry and Jesse have both measured an angle each, or at least you think they've got. Well, there's some angles somewhere, because Blue said they're not parallel, right? Because they've measured angles. So let's hear about these angles that they've measured.
The point is, the question was whether or not you would.
Okay. I only need to know where he is.
Right, so let's go back a little bit further.
No. Just when Jesse and I did it, we were about scrubbed because he couldn't see me because it was foggy.
Right, so Jesse couldn't see Larry because it was foggy. Right? Jesse cannot see Larry. Jesse's one of the guys that measures an angle in this thing, but he can't see where Larry is.
But how could you see him?
The
question was whether or not you would.
Okay. I only need to know where he is for about a half a degree left or right.
So he doesn't really need to know where this is Larry. Larry doesn't need to know where Jesse is either.
That's really bad.
They can't even see each other in the angle measurements that Blue Marble's using to use Proposition 29 to do a not that Proposition 29.
Even as Blue lists that criteria as having to be fulfilled in order for this to be valid, they need to be able to see each other. That's one of the 2 points he lists at the beginning.
Yeah. And it turns out the one that he's using, they couldn't.
Oops.
The 2 people that are the claimed experts at this are that good. They don't even need to see each other to measure a reciprocal angle. They don't.
I'm just listening to this. It's almost like they're talking total shit.
Well,
is that just me?
It's like none of the other guys over there are wanting to go, just a minute. You couldn't see each other, and now Blue's going to use a Euclidean parallel proposition to prove not parallel.
Well, Rumpus seems to be the only one willing to ask that question, doesn't it? Or is he going to get shut down here?
I think he's like, how can you say anything?
Well, Rumpus did say something. And the other guy was saying, well, he cut him off mid-sentence.
Yeah.
Play it back, you'll see. Rumpus is the only one.
So if I have a pretty good idea, now in a survival mode, you make a sweep. Mode. And even if we couldn't communicate and I'm making a sweep, he'll see a flash.
Right, but what about you seeing him?
I had to have just a basic idea of about where he was. And then when it came for the reciprocal, then he pulled out a signal mirror and flashed me.
Oh, right. So he put a signal. Right. Okay, great. Okay. I thought you only did a signal mirror one way. Okay, right. Yeah, if you've both got signal mirrors.
And or just a super high-powered xenon strobe, like a navigation light or an obstruction light on top of a radio.
He's saying and or.
Did they have one?
Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was foggy.
And he said he didn't see Larry, so did he see the flash of the mirror? Did he see that?
Through the fog.
Did he see the navigation beacon that apparently Larry was carrying on his back, or Jesse was carrying on his back?
Flash can you get from the sun if it's foggy?
You're not going to get a lot.
Well, you're not going to be able to see the thing through the fog, and you're not going to be able to see the sun through the fog. So you've got a double problem. You can't see each other. You can't see the sun. It's foggy. How are you gonna?
And how do you know that you're not seeing some other flash from some other thing Unless there's like no one around for miles and miles and miles. Did they verify that? How do they know these
He
things?
was at an airport on the Jesse.
At an airport.
Yeah, he was on the on the ground at an airport, and Jesse
where was Jesse?
On a hill somewhere, on a lookout, a point. They couldn't see each other.
Wow, I'm with Saragaki. This is really bad.
And
I
he
mean,
said
the
that
reason-
all he needs is half of a degree, something like that. He said.
To be
Half
off
a
by
degree
half
left
of a
or right?
degree.
Left or right,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
If a
Yeah, but if you don't know where center is, how do you know where left
Half
and
a
right
degree.
is?
Half a degree is.
half a degree from where? Just a guess.
You gotta know what you're looking at to be off by half degree, I would imagine, right?
I'm glad he's not my shadow giant.
Done. No kidding. Don't think about these things, guys. Just accept it,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Don't question. Just accept these things. Don't ask any difficult questions. Don't think
go.
for yourself. Yeah, just go along
Where
with
did
it.
this
It'll be fine.
information come from? Oh, Larry Scott asks no more questions. He doesn't even need to see the guy he's measuring an angle to. He's measuring an angle to a theodolite, and he doesn't even need to see the theodolite that he's looking at to measure an angle for his stop angle. It's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to use intense light. Either you can harvest it from the sun, or you can bring it in a battery.
Oh, it's been around for a long, long time. Back in the 1800s, they used they call them heliotropes.
Did he say harvested?
Harvesting the sun, yeah. Yep. Obviously, he's talking shit and he's just using that to get out. That's a code word, right? I'm going to say some really weird shit. Don't question it, right? Because like, that's the code word in these rooms. If somebody says something that sounds really fucking clever, right? Just don't bother questioning it. Because you're likely to get shouted down or something. To go against Larry.
And that's what that is, a signal mirror.
Trope.
And that's how they found each other.
Speaking of how they found each other, my dear bride and I are going to take my children out to dinner. And we found each other on eHarmony. Believe it or not, it actually works. We've been married 15 years.
Hey, congratulations.
Well, thank you. It was great talking with all of you guys. Yes, even including you, Rumpus.
Well, learn about geometry and how it's defined in maths. And
My
I'm
dear
afraid
bride.
you're in for a bit of a shock.
That was a lie.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That was a lie.
You're saying I'm a good...
Dear, did you get them cheap on eHarmony, dear?
My dear bride, have you ever heard anybody refer to his wife like that?
That you've got on an eHarmony? I don't know. I don't even know why you'd say that. It's like we're going out for a meal with my kids. Oh, did I mention that I got on from eHarmony? Very strange. He never even got to talk about his tangent plane. Tangent plane. Do you want to hear this anymore? Charles is gone now.
Goodness gracious, not going to... I mean, look, Betty, who
Trying to
also
say
agreed
goodbye,
with me,
man.
is a professional
goodbye.
magician.
Rumpus, you're rumpusing.
I'm afraid, Charles,
Rumpus,
you're wrong.
I am
He's
literally
trying to say
trying
goodbye,
to
man.
leave the room, and you are rumpusing.
Well, I'm afraid you're completely wrong.
And I'm leaving. Okay, I'm taking myself out. And to everybody in the chat, thank you so much for all your kind comments. I'm sorry I could not interact with you guys, but I was focusing on the conversation at hand.
Okay. That's not nice, really, of Rumpus to do that as he's leaving. Rumpus him on his way out. Imagine that.
That's Rumpus, as always.
Right, so let me get this. Last night's live show. It was a long show last night, wasn't it? Right, I hope if he wants to come in and talk about any of this sort of stuff, it should be okay. Anybody else wants to come in and talk about it? Anybody saw it last night? This is, we were going over this yesterday, and Charles came in. I think it was about as I was about to shut off. There we go. Right, you guys, can you see that? Still, sound still good?
I am here. Last day.
That good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
What have we got on? Let me just move that screen over a bit. Right, okay, so Charles, Flat Earth Math, decided to come over, and obviously we have a bit of a conversation. There is an hour and 20, I suppose, left of this conversation that we went over. Some of the things that were said are a little bit strange, and I don't know how long it takes us to get into it, but let's
last day for students was today, so
have you
I have a
broke
staff.
up? We don't need to talk about that.
And the picture in my head was wrong because I didn't have a globe in front of me. But everything else I said, I can pretty much stand by.
Right, well, you started your bit about the Nile because Blue had shown his Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah.
Right, and he has 110-foot difference.
Right, and I misspoke when I said elevation change. What I was referring to when I was talking about the diagram that I believe you've still got it on your screen. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I can't figure out Discord to save my life.
Yeah.
But the diagram of Lake Pontchartrain with the two white lines, and showing the distance from the origins, I used the word elevation change when I really should have said, distance from the center of the Earth, which is really what's being shown. And so if it's like a 108-foot difference, it's not a 108-foot elevation change. It's because of the oblateness of the
But so where do they measure the elevation from then?
Oh,
right. So this is the thing that I think we were going over. This is elevation. Now, I know that elevations are measured from a datum point, mean they call it. But this is the thing. These guys imagine, I think they've been told that elevations are measured and referenced to a center somewhere, which is ridiculous, also impossible. But in reality, elevations are measured from a mean point on a vertical datum, a 0 point. Elevations are measured on that vertical datum. Whereas Charles imagines that it's referenced to the center, but this is the problem, that the Lake Pontchartrain, this one here that Blue's made this nice little equipotential triangle here, it has a 110-foot difference from this end to this end. So that's this point here and this point here. So this line changes according to the numbers that he's got wrote down at the bottom. This is Blue Marble Sciences numbers. There is 110-foot difference according to these numbers here. Now, there is also here, this is a 90-foot difference from here to here. I think 28 meters or something like that. Something.
In
There.
center. The 90 foot.
Yeah, it's 90. Well, yeah, 90 foot. I think it's 28 meters or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jesse has it as 28 meters, I think. So that's there in the center from this line. So this line that goes from here to over here actually goes up, according to the numbers that Blue Marble's got. It goes up 110 foot. But as it's going from here up 110 foot, and obviously if you're here going this way, you're going down 110 foot. But here, you've got a 90 foot change along this line. So this line, whoop, slopes down 110 foot or up 110 foot. And then this line here is up 90 foot. So that makes this line here going up 90 foot and up 110 foot. So it goes up 90 foot and then comes down 90 foot to end up 110 foot higher than it was at the beginning. Makes sense, doesn't it?
No, obviously.
Not at all. So that's what we're talking about. So somebody want to say something? Sorry, did I cut somebody out?
Yeah, I was gonna say looking at this, all we gotta do is I'll double check my math, but is lay out like a 3 mile straight line, and at the end of each line lay out like about a 70 and have the 70-foot pole vertical. Double check it, make sure it's on a straight line, and then lay them down sideways 90 degrees, and then the tops will be about 6 foot further apart than the bottom.
Sideways. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, just lay them down 90 degrees. Look, picture laying them down. But it'd be a long line, but I think we could do a straight line, then lay it down 90 degrees. And
Brian, we don't need to.
No, I
it's
don't
already
think we do.
been done. Blue Marble's showing us here. This end of the bridge, if you start at the north end and you go to the south end of the very same bridge, 110 foot difference. But it's not 110 foot elevation difference. So elevation cannot be referenced to the center, can it? Because there would be 110 foot elevation change over here. But they're meant to be the same elevation. Because I think Jesse Kozlowski said 3 points at equal elevation. 3 coplanar points. This one, and this one. They're your 3 coplanar points. So they're all at the same elevation. Yet he's wrote down 110 foot difference.
I would be curious to watch them one day. I mean, I've been doing it my whole life. It feels like anyway, but I'd be super curious.
You can't watch him. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He's not around. It's not coming back.
I'd like to see how they lay out a level line, like just do it like a mile. I would be just tickled to death if they show me how they lay out a level line, because apparently I've been doing it wrong for 27 years, 30 years maybe.
Well, you know how to lay out a level line then, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just extend the horizontal, and as far as I want.
Any idea why there's a 110 foot difference with a no difference? It's an equal elevation, but 110 foot difference.
I got a sneaking suspicion they added, they did a little pencil whip and maybe added like a R value to it.
I've got a sneaking suspicion that Jesse Kozlowski just wrote a load of numbers down, or Blue Marble wrote a load of numbers down and handed him to Blue, I think. So, dear Blue, I'm off. See you later. I'm never coming back. That's me, Jesse Kozlowski, doing a rumpus, like running away. I'll go and put a flag up over here.
I seen that. I seen a couple things, man. While I was quiet, I seen that stream you did from Geos, and you were, you've already discussed it. Besides that, but nobody wanted to address the fact that when he was shooting to his marker across the lake, like it was supposed to be half a mile, and he's like a foot over his target. Nobody wanted to acknowledge that. That's crazy. That is ridiculous. That's almost as bad as the guy who came on Ranties that time, and his he said he was doing a 1 mile shot, and in his marker, his story pole was, or no, it wasn't a story pole, but his marker crosshairs were lined up 1 foot underneath. I pointed out to Ranty, I was like, dude, this clown just proved concave Earth. If you go by what he's saying, he got it backwards. You could tell he was just making shit up. He probably just took a picture and artificially inserted some crosshairs on it, in my opinion. But he had the crosshairs about 8 inches lower than his claimed level line.
Yeah, they'll tell him anything. The people in this arena have been fooled by a load of people. I say a load of people. Jesse Kozlowski, Jeff, the guy who probably doesn't live in Maine, and Larry Scott, the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. Just those three. I don't know of any others. I know George used to help him out a bit, but I mean, George did the RBD face. So, I mean, at least George attempted it. All of these people they've just been fooling everyone.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, one other thing, man. It's a little bit, but it's so funny what Emma said. The other day I was listening. It's worth repeating when she was talking about he's out at sea. She's like, quick, throw me an angle. Dude, he had me my side hurting when quick, throw me an angle.
Okay, so we're going to go over what Charles says about this. I don't know how important this is, but this is Charles trying to explain blue marble's distance from origin and how you do that.
Oh no, the elevation is measured from level, and level is constant elevation. So, Lake Pontchartrain is
not a constant elevation, is it? Or are you saying that level is the standard? That's where you start from.
And again, I'm not a surveyor. I'm certainly not a geodetic surveyor. So this is just my understanding is that they have this thing.
Your imaginings. Like what?
Okay.
I bet he doesn't even know the difference between a surveyor and a geodetic surveyor.
I think a geodetic surveyor is just sits in the office and takes all the real life measurements, and I guess does what the blue marble scientists do. They just start whipping up some numbers.
No, geodetic surveyors they're real people with real jobs.
I'm just kidding, dude. That's the ones who do the freaking prop lines and city board. All the border.
They do surveying.
Right, they don't do leveling like they do.
Yes,
surveying,
they do. They do surveying,
not
Brian.
often. Not often. Let me tell you what they normally do. Listen, let me tell you their main scope is to, of course they do surveying, but it's more on the vertical datum than the horizontal, than the leveling datum. It's,
surveyors, do surveying, Brian. You know why I'm so proud of my surveying certificate that says land surveying on it. It's because there are no certificates with land surveying on anymore. They're all geodetic surveyors. All of them.
Yeah.
There is no planar surveyors. That they don't exist. There's geodetic surveyors now. They used to be called land surveying, site surveying.
Digital, huh?
It's all geodetic now.
Yeah, and digital.
Well, it's just geodetic surveying. Whether you write it down with a pencil and hand your stuff in, or whether you got a computer machine that just presses the button that does blip blip and logs it all for you. It's all the same. All local surveyors surveying locally using planar surveying tools. GPS is planar surveying tools. I thought people knew that, but I'm guessing that there's an arena of people, right, that have been given, well, they've given someone an authority, right? This Jesse Kozlowski, Larry Scott, they're the only two really that have just gone around telling people that there's this fancy thing like an upper class of surveyors. There isn't. You're a surveyor. There's no lower grade surveyors. You're a surveyor and you're qualified to be a surveyor. It might be different in America, but not in the UK. When you are qualified, you have a position and you have to be honest about your job and what you do. That's why there'll never be any in this arena. So yeah, that's just not true.
What I imagine is that things are measured from like mean.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry, man. I didn't know you just hit the start, but the guy spoke up for a little while on the end of your stream the other day. I forgot his name, but I'd like to hear him again one day. He sounded pretty knowledgeable, pretty down to earth fella.
God Rockin'? Might have been God Rockin'. The real God Rockin', not the one that was pretending to be God Rockin'. The one that started all of the thing off around here. People pretending to be other people. It's disgusting.
Yeah, all right. Carry on.
Mean sea level, and this is, I'm speaking very approximately because I am not a surveyor, but in general terms, my understanding is that things are measured from, or elevations are measured from mean sea level, which is the curved surface that goes around the Earth.
It's not though. You know mathematics, right? So he's just said it's a curved surface, yet he's got 110-foot difference from this end to this end. So where's the curved surface? If equal elevation has a different elevation, like why's it got, basically why are there different numbers here and here if this is an equal elevation? In fact, here as well. Well, everybody knows that's not an equal. How can that be an equal elevation? It's up there in the air. So you understand what a mean is?
Yeah, because you have tides.
Right,
you know,
yeah.
high tide, low tide. So what's the average?
Which is on a vertical datum.
Yeah, and I'm not really familiar. Like, I've heard the word datum, but like I said,
Okay,
I'm not a surveyor, so I don't really know.
Right, and the water goes up and down.
Like
right?
High tide, low tide.
On the ruler. So you get to measure the low, and you get to measure the high, and you get to measure the in-betweens, right?
Yes.
On an hourly rate or wherever. Every hour
right, and also
you
depends on
measure
fate
it.
of the moon. You know.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? Every hour for 3 or 4 years.
Oh,
right?
yes,
You add them all up, and you make the mean by dividing it by the amount of times you've done it, right?
Yes.
And that gives you a mean.
Right.
But that's a mean on a vertical datum.
I see what you mean.
It's just a point on the vertical, right? It's got no shape. They call that the datum point.
Okay.
Right? And then every other elevation change is measured and referenced to that point. So you're either above or below that point.
Right. I get you. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
So where do you imagine that measurements that are there are they measured from? How? Like, where do you get that? Because if the vertical datum is measured as a mean at a point, how do you get those different measurements?
Yeah, well, it would, like at the north end of the bridge, you have probably a survey marker, implanted in concrete, somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the south end of the bridge, you probably have a survey marker somewhere nearby. And so that's, but the thing is the elevation is
wouldn't they?
Right, the level, right. The key word is level.
Okay,
and
so the water
there's
is
nothing
the
to do
standard
with the
for
distance
level.
from the center of the earth. I'm sorry, I missed that.
So the water is your standard, right? For
Yeah,
level.
Right. I mean, and again, like I said, I'm just trying to qualify this because I'm not a surveyor. So Lake Pontchartrain, my understanding is like not tidal, but it's kind of brackish. And I don't know if it, has a direct connection to the ocean, but, so I'm not going to.
He's doing flapping. The basic point I'm trying to make is here. Blue Marble Science has 110-foot difference from one end to the other. Yet Charles says it's an equal elevation. I think Blue Marble says it's an equal elevation. Jesse Kozlowski says it's an equal elevation. Jesse Kozlowski says these are 3 coplanar points. They don't look very coplanar to me, but that's what Jesse says. I think Charles says it's on a vertical plane too. So all of these are an equal elevation, yet Blue Marble's got 3 different numbers pointing at them at arrows. So how can they be an equal elevation with different numbers? How is that equal if they're different?
They can't be. If it's referencing elevation in the United States, it's the same way it's off of vertical datum.
Yeah.
Mean sea level.
So it's not equal, is it? It cannot possibly be equal with different numbers.
Absolutely not.
So the question is, why did Blue Marble Science write those numbers on it and point the numbers at it? If not just to confuse people, obfuscate. Because Charles is, trying to answer this question. Why is Blue Marble put these here? Like, why? That's the question. Why has Blue Marble wrote these numbers here when he says these are all at an equal elevation? Rumpus has got a good point here. He said, Jesse did not say the 3 points were coplanar in the horizontal. They're coplanar in the vertical. The vertical plane, Rumpus, that you said doesn't exist. Is that the one that Jesse said that they're coplanar in? The vertical plane that doesn't exist, Rumpus? Do you want to take that comment down, or are you okay with that to be there? Are you going to say now that you're going against Jesse? Or are you going to say that Jesse's the one that you've just been reminded that Jesse said that they were coplanar? And that coplanar must be a vertical plane. Mustn't it? But you can't have a vertical plane. Or if you do have a vertical plane, you can't draw a horizontal line on it. Their numbers are not elevations. So you just ignore the numbers because they're not elevations. I don't even know why Blue Marble wrote them down. You did say vertical planes. There's no vertical planes, Rumpus, is what you said. Oh, Rumpus is spot on. Rumpus and Blue together. Charles, I think you're being kicked out, mate. Vertical planes are back, it looks like.
Yeah, he said horizontal lines and vertical planes. That's all you have, right?
No, he said you can't have vertical planes and horizontal lines. You can only have horizontal planes. Exactly. I mean, he's absolutely fucked up. He has not got a clue what he's talking about. And as a consequence, nobody else has got a clue what they're talking about now either. Because you've got Blue Marble writing distances from origin which obviously aren't elevations. So somewhere in between these and the equal elevation, there's a difference. But who determines the difference between these numbers that Blue Marble's writing and these equal elevation numbers? Who's the one that tells you that? I don't see how it could possibly be equal with different numbers. So at some point, you must decide that we're going to have a difference between these numbers here that Blue Marble's just decided to write on there that appear to be absolutely not related to anything, apparently. I can't even imagine why he's wrote numbers on it. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Go into the nitty gritty of exactly how they measure, mean sea level around Lake Pontchartrain. But, my understanding is that it's.
He thinks that they measure mean sea level around Lake Pontchartrain. You've got it backwards, Charles. Sorry. They measure the mean sea level at the lakes in Canada. And then everything else is referenced to those points.
Sort of the average sea level, but sea level is a curved surface over the globe.
How do you work that out? Because I've just explained that the mean, a mathematical mean.
Right. For one point. Yes. But we don't. There are survey markers all over the world, and they don't just all reference to one.
Each country will have their own reference datum.
Yes, absolutely. But it's not just one point. They have thousands of them.
Yes,
but like every town in the UK
Canada,
has multiple.
In America and Canada. See, I don't know whether you realise this about this, Charles, as well. Like, once you have your reference point at one point, then you reference the next point to that, and then you can carry on going. You can reference every point to the last one. You can send it out like a spider web, like branches of a tree. Once you have that point, you can then use that point to reference another 10 points. You can then use those 10 points to reference another 10 points. It just spreads out, but it starts off at one point that you work out where your initial start mean is. And that's where you go to. It's simple as that. But that mean will always be in reality. Right? It isn't somewhere that you can't get to. It's always somewhere that you can get to. You can normally place your measuring rod on it. That's how real they are. And they're referenced to the mean, to the 1 point. In the England, it's down on the south coast, Newlyn. Like all of the water at Bedford canals are referenced to that point in Newlyn, hundreds of miles away. Your reference datum is set at the Great Lakes because it's shared. So you've got Rumpus and Blue Marble in the YouTube chat discussing how elevations are measured. And reference to what?
They are saying it's reference to mean sea level, right?
From horizontal, maybe.
Yeah, it's from mean sea level. Yeah. See, Blue Marble's saying elevation is obtained by subtracting the height of the ellipsoid from the magnitude of the vector distance to the origin at each point. Well, you've got different points here, Blue. How can you change it if they're meant to be equal? Why is there different numbers? How do you have different numbers? How did Jesse ever do this? If he measured 3 coplanar points at a same elevation.
Oh yeah, and he verified that the drop is the earth curve drop is measured. I don't think they thought that one through very much, Bev.
When you said earth curve drop, what's that?
remember when you was asking him, you know, and he's like, I've answered times. You're like, well, answer me clear one time. I promise I'll never ask again. Is the level, you know, is
He said it
level
drops from horizontal.
Yeah, he said he measures it. Like I said, I don't think he thought that through. Like I'm saying, they're even veering off their own script of curve being level by changing the numbers. You know, they ain't thinking it through.
Well, I'm just confused as how Blue Marble thinks these numbers that are all different are the same elevation. It just doesn't make any sense. They're not the same numbers. So how are they the same elevation? How can you imagine that they're the same elevation? And how do you subtract one from the other to get these? It just doesn't make any sense. Blue, does it? All of your reference datums throughout in Canada and America are all referenced to a point in the Great Lakes or on one of the Great Lakes. And they do the mean and they backtrack that to the ocean. And that's how elevation's measured in America.
Yeah, I mean, I could take your word for it. I mean, I'm not really sure, but the thing is, level is a curved surface. So then, wherever you are locally, you would measure compared to mean sea level. But getting back to the Lake Pontchartrain diagram.
How do you do that? Just blatantly say it that it is.
Yeah, you just say it because it is, because it's a faith, right?
But you've got an equal elevation, right, for your mean, but it changes. It's got different numbers on it. Blue Marbles wrote different numbers on it, so it's the same, but it's curved, and it doesn't appear to be the same. So where's your reference? What are you working to your reference with this curved, not knowing where it is? How do you know? That's a question for Blue Marble Science. Rumpus says, the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which means points of the same elevation can have a different distance to the center.
How about this, Bev? Last time I was on Marble Sciences a while. The last time I went, I was muted. I stayed on for about 30 minutes, but and nobody ever unmuted me. In fact, I probably watched about an hour. But anyway, a while back before that, I asked Rumpus and Blue how would they recommend I go about laying out a horizontal line over 2 miles. And I wanted to see what they were going to say I'd do, with the auto level, like do I go up with it? They said that I'd just do one long shot and maybe set up a stake in the middle. I think Blue and Rumpus pretty much agreed that I'd do one shot, do a scope, or if I'm not mistaken, they also said I could line up a water level and sight it, and then maybe put a couple markers in between. But they literally that was their answer. And Blue Marble, it's on his channel, man. I'm gonna pull it up unless he doesn't deny it. If he still stands by that claim, that's how they would do a horizontal line. They would just do a 2 mile shot and go with it.
I think really, they think you're stupid, Brian, because that's the sort of thing that Blue Marble was saying about George. He's just joking with you. He's not being serious when he says that.
Oh, he wasn't joking.
Yeah, he is. They're having a laugh with you. There's no way they're serious by saying that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll pull it and play if I can find it.
It just goes to show that they know nothing about it, if that's what they're doing. I think Blue Marble would have been having a laugh with you, but Rumpus might actually think that Blue Marble was being serious. But there's no way Blue was being serious. Blue claims to be a qualified engineer, and he knows. He's talked to Jesse Kozlowski. He'd know how ridiculous that is. They were trying to do one shot. That's ridiculous. But you don't do that sort of stuff.
The way I asked you know, that I like to sight about 50 feet at a pop, you know. So if I'm sighting 50 feet at a pop and I want to lay out a 2-mile horizontal line, and I asked them, you know, how they would do it because they've told me before, you know, George told me a long time ago that that line is curving around their ball. So I wanted to know, how did they imagine I lay out a horizontal, a true horizontal line in their mind? I know how to do it, but I broke it down like that, and they said, you know, I asked them, do I just go up, you know, transition it up 8 inches per mile squared or whatnot, or do an arc tangent? I mean, how do I do that? And that's when
Brian, can I ask you, right? In all
One
seriousness, why are you asking people that haven't got a clue about surveying how you should do stuff in surveying? It makes it look like you haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Right? If seriously, if anybody actually knew what they were doing, right? Let's say you're Rob Keane, right? And you're working on you're doing your mechanicking stuff. Would you seriously ask Rumpus what you were meant to be doing? I don't think anyone would.
Do it. Tell me how I do. Yeah, like why did you ask Jesse? How?
I got Jesse to say out loud something that made him have to disappear.
Yeah, well, I made Blue and Rumpus have to, because they couldn't come up with a way to do it realistically. I got them to say you do it in one shot. So, you know, it wasn't as good as what you achieved, but still, that's why, you know, they're trying to tell me how I'm supposed to do my job that I've been doing my whole life.
Well, why do you ask them how to do the job that you've supposedly been doing all your life? I mean, that's ridiculous.
To see what they're thinking, man, because they think that level curves are on a ball. So I'm trying to figure it out. You know, what have I been doing wrong? Or what have I been accidentally getting right? Or, you know, how do they imagine a slab is? I mean, I'm just curious, bro. It's just curiosity, bro, mainly.
Yeah. Well, like this, we're talking to Flat Earth Math in this conversation that we're having here, and he knows that he knows nothing about it. But if you ask people, they more often than not will give you a load of shit because they're just used to being sophists.
Well,
Coming
but at
up
least
with an
he gave
example.
me an answer. He said I'd just got to keep my shots, you know, within a construction site. It's the closest we've ever got to a distance.
Well, you know how to measure distances. Surely.
I do that.
Well, I just don't understand why people are asking people that you know that these guys have not got a clue.
They don't. They're pretty confident though, in their ignorance.
Yeah. Over short distances, Rumpus, it's not flat. Doesn't matter whether you say it, but it's not flat, Rumpus. There's no good swapping sides.
Anybody ever told that the ground don't even matter really? That we're not even doing anything to the ground but marking it when we're doing our shots and extending our horizontals. Just whatever the ground's doing is irrelevant. It could be curving, it could be sloping up, down. The ground doesn't matter, Rumpus.
Rumpus is a flat glober. I'm pretty sure the dogmatic globe doesn't say that, does it, Rumpus? It's not flat anyway, Rumpus. You should know that. I don't know why you're even fucking typing that. Ridiculous.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Thanks for using me as an example. Appreciate it.
You're the professional that we can talk about, aren't you?
I've got a lot of work to do. I'm just listening.
Yeah,
Thank you.
diagram, the distance from the origin is going to be 108 feet off, or whatever the number was, because of the oblateness. Because Lake Pontchartrain, the causeway runs north-south. So,
Brad, will you stop lying? I've never said that surveyors don't know. Professional surveyors are professional surveyors, Brad. They do a professional job. Anybody surveying wants to come in and have a chat like we do. You don't have to be. It doesn't have to be recorded like we don't. I could talk to all the people. Nobody needs to hear liars like Brad Wagner saying according to Bev. No, according to Bev, professional surveyors know what they're doing, Brad. And professional surveyors will not say that level drops from horizontal, because it doesn't. So don't come in here, Brad, lying. You can go the way of Wally if you carry on doing that. And in fact, let me get that. We're not having liars in our chat anymore. I mean, that might not even be Brad. Might just be somebody doing that just to say that. There you go. I'll get rid of that. No lying, please, mods in the chat. Can we just get rid of anybody who's lying? Especially when they haven't got a clue what we're talking about.
And I did drive over that.
Not a 110-foot elevation change.
That's correct.
Right,
Because
so
if
why
both ends of the bridge.
What's that got to do with it?
I'm sorry. What was the last part of the question?
Why's that got anything to do with it?
Well, it just shows the oblateness of the spheroid. The fact that the north end of the bridge is a different distance from the center of the Earth than the south end of the bridge.
Is that what Jesse did? Is that what Jesse measured?
Yeah, I mean, he had his GPS, I don't know, detector or whatever, and it was like pinging, pinging the satellite or whatever, every so many feet. And so we got,
5.8,
10,000
5.8,
data points. Yeah, so if it was 5.8, that would be elevations, but he was also getting XYZ, ECEF coordinates. And with the ECEF coordinates, you can use the distance formula that people, people learn it in.
Walter write his own geodetic software, like wizardry.
Yeah, well, he is a wizard.
To write the program. Because it didn't exactly exist beforehand. Like Walter had to literally write his own software to do that.
Well, no, I think what you're referring to is well, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but he is a wizard at programming and all the custom graphics on his site. But
Jesse,
all the stuff is open source.
Go back and listen to that video.
Yeah.
Where Jesse tells, when he's with Soundly, he tells everybody exactly what they did. 3 coplanar points. Point A, B, C across that bridge.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
3 coplanar points.
Right, a vertical plane. Right, it's a vertical plane.
Oh, well, yeah, you have vertical planes, don't you?
Yeah, because it's the side view diagram. It's the Muppet vision.
It has to be a vertical plane, doesn't it? So, but that would mean that the vertical plane would have to be, he would have to be driving in a straight line, dead straight, to make sure that that center one is on the same plane, same vertical plane.
Yes, you are exactly right.
I don't think he mentioned that, did he?
Because but the thing is, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, fortunately for us, it is a straight line on the map.
It's a straight line on the map. So I'm presuming when he's driving on this equal plane, equal elevation, 3 coplanar points, a vertical plane. Did anybody actually imagine it was a vertical plane? A vertical plane that you can't draw a horizontal line on. It's amazing. This is truly amazing. And it's took a while for anybody to actually do this. We went over this once on Ranties, probably twice on Ranties, I think. Ranties and Brandon's. Big 3, 4, 5 hour videos going over the 3 coplanar points. 3 coplanar points that are not, well, they are on a vertical plane. A vertical plane that you can't have any horizontal lines on. It's amazing.
Again, it is a curved, it's a curved line in 3-dimensional space, but it is, you know, if you see a map view, it's a straight line on the map. So yeah, you're absolutely right to take these coordinates and to run a vertical plane through all the GPS coordinates. You're right. The Jesse had to be driving in a straight path across that bridge.
So when he said 3 coplanar points, you imagine that's 3 vertical coplanar points.
Well, right. 3 coplanar points where the plane referred to by coplanar is a vertical plane. Absolutely. And then, you know, a lot of people say, you know, make fun of when someone says, you know, 3 points define a circle. People are like, no, 3 points define a triangle. I know you guys are kidding. All right. I know people like to have fun and they like to poke fun at each other. I get that. But in geometry, in planar geometry, and this is kind of an interesting little factoid, is that if you draw 3 points in any plane, there is exactly 1 circle that passes through those 3 points. That's what is meant when someone says 3 points define a circle.
No, that would be 3 points that lie on the circumference of a circle. But that is just 3 coplanar points. Nobody says a circle. It's just 3 coplanar points form a triangle. Unless that's what he's thinking about. Is that how you think mathematics works? You put 3 coplanar points and find the circle. Very strange. I know, model led by a model. We know.
Circle in a plane.
Okay.
They don't mean
So
drawing
is
a
that
triangle.
how you would, because that would be like an isosceles triangle, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if the middle point was the exact, you know, halfway point on the bridge, you know, between the first and the last. But the 3 points don't have to be, you know, if the quote unquote middle point doesn't have to be equidistant. You could take any 3, like you could take the end point and then maybe a point a third of the way across the bridge and then the end point. You know, the 3 points can be kind of, you know, not equally spaced. But it is a principle in planar geometry, in Euclidean geometry. It is a principle, rock solid principle, that there is only 1 unique circle that passes through any 3 given points. And that's what he was doing.
Yes, we do understand this, right? 3 points make a triangle, right? But it also, you can make a circle that those 3 points will fit on the circumference of the circle. But what you do is you develop another point, a 4th point. So it's not 3 points anymore. It's 4. So if you start off with 3 points and you get another point from somewhere, how do you do that? And why are you doing that? Because don't forget, these 3 coplanar points are in an equal elevation, but now they're not at an equal elevation. They've got different number values, so they're not equal. So why start off with 3 points, make another point that tells you that all of those original points that you said were equal now are not equal? How does that make sense? That's dogmatic globe maths for you. Blue, if that's what you're doing with the bisector through the centre, how do you end up with 110-foot difference? Because you don't. If the maths you're talking about intersecting the chord at the midpoint, then you don't end up with these numbers that you've wrote on there, Blue. You wrote them on there. So did you just write a load of bullshit on there, Blue? I think you did. I think Blue Marble Science has wrote these extra numbers on here that bear no relation to anything Jesse did. And I think Blue Marble Science also knows that Jesse's not going to come back, because he's doing all of this bullshit here on top of Jesse's work and saying it's Jesse that's done it. It's not Jesse that's done it, is it? It's you, Blue. You're making this up. This is your fantasy. This whole story. Because Jesse's pissed off. You've imagined all of this. All on your own.
Doing with the
Blue Marble Fantasy.
With those 3 coplanar points. And I missed the whole thing about the software and whatever. But you could plug it into an online calculator and you could find out the same thing. It just uses the Pythagorean theorem, ultimately.
Yeah, I think it does. I think it uses proposition 5, personally.
So,
but
it is a fascinating
little bit of an Alberuni trick, internalizing a few angles. But how would you end up with 110-foot difference?
Well, that's using the x, y, and z coordinates and using the distance formula, the 3D distance formula, which fortunately you just have to square the x and the y and the z because the origin is at 0, 0, 0. All right, so if you have your x, y, z,
already got the 0. The 4 points, the extra point that you develop, you're going to call 0. And then you're going to find out that these lines that you did, you're going to add 110 foot on. Mathematically, for some sort of reason. Probably just because somebody said just add a bit on there, because, oblate. Because if you remember... When Jesse Kozlowski was there with Soundly, he went bam, and there's the radius of the Earth. But you must already have had it if you already had a 0, 0, 0, in order for you to work out that there's 110-foot difference of either side. Because you wouldn't do that geometrically, would you? With your 3 coplanar points and bam. Would you?
Well, okay, I think we're talking about several different...
Wouldn't you? No, we're talking about the very same thing. You're probably thinking of something different, but what we are talking about is the elevation change that Blue Marble's got, like different lengths of these things at either side. I mean, fantastic
not an elevation change. I misspoke. Distance from the center of the Earth.
But you've done 3 coplanar points.
Yeah, well, okay, so that's why I mentioned. All right, that's why I'm mentioning that we're talking about 2 different things. One of them is 3 coplanar points, and then you could figure out the radius of the Earth based on those points, because one circle is in a plane that hits those 3 points. Okay, that's one issue.
So what you would do is did he say one circle lies in a plane? A vertical plane. And he did say circle, didn't he? An oblate circle. Does it work? Is that why you've got different lengths, Blue? Because it's oblate. Well, it doesn't really seem to work. Mathematically, I'm talking here anyway. I mean, that's purely all I'm talking about. Is the numbers that Blue Marble has wrote down here, here, and here. Whilst Jesse Kozlowski says 3 coplanar points. Everybody says they're equal elevations. But these equal elevations that use mathematics and mathematical principles to work out through isosceles triangles where this center point is down here. That gives you the center point. But for some reason, there's some extra fucking stupid numbers here that just don't seem to fit. And I know Blue can't explain it. I know Rumpus can't explain it. They'll just talk in the chat like they know what they're talking about. But they'll just end up saying Bev doesn't know. But you can work this out mathematically, that you cannot come up with these numbers here. Rumpus and Blue, Marble Science, just making up numbers, talking shit, pretending that they know things about surveyors, talking about professional people that do professional jobs, and talking shit with big humps in the middle. You've got humps, 110-foot slopes on horizontals. You've got horizontals with changing elevations, which they obviously don't in reality. But some people have decided that they think they can shit all over a profession of people just because they're in a little fucking arena that they can imagine whatever they want because it's a fantasy realm. It's like behind the fucking wardrobe. You would use the center, you make those lines, those straight white lines like he's got there, and then you find the center of those and you make a perpendicular geometrically, and then you'd see where those join up, wouldn't you?
Okay.
That's where you go, bam!
Yes.
And there's the radius of the Earth. But what you've done here is you seem to have changed the distances on either side somehow.
Oh, okay.
Do you get it?
I get it. I get it.
So how'd you do that?
It.
Took him a while,
yes,
didn't it?
yes. I get it. Okay, so, oh my goodness. Thank you
not
for
got
walking
enough
me.
sophistry.
No,
in
thank
you,
you for walking
Charles.
me through that. I appreciate that because on the one hand we're talking about a circle, and on the other hand we're talking about an ellipsoid, and then so that's why you were combining the two. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so my argument.
What you're doing, Charles, is you're using straight lines to make a triangle. There's no ellipsoid and there's no circle.
Oh, well,
you're just
the construction.
Literally measuring a 5.8, 5.8, 5.8 all the way along. Then you go in and you draw in to, well, I'd say a line from A to B, because that's really what you're doing, isn't it? You're going across a bridge from A to B. You wouldn't bother lifting the centre bit up and having a hump in the middle, although you don't want to think of it as a hump, right? But that's where you're generating your angles, your equipotential angles.
Well, but the thing is, and I hope you get the point behind him having this GPS receiver in his car. He was just vacuuming data. You know, the GPS receiver. 5.8, right. But in addition, But in addition to the 5.8, there were also several other columns, an X, a Y, and a Z in the ECF coordinate system. So it wasn't just getting elevation, elevation, elevation. It was getting elevation plus XYZ. Elevation plus XYZ. Okay? And the point that, you know, and I hope you're getting this point, is that by just vacuuming up all this data, you know, whether he hit a bump or whether he went over a marine span, you know, where the bridge kind of, you know, increases above the water.
I've already got it. I've got the video. I've clipped it. We definitely have all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, okay. So he then grabbed 3 points. He grabbed a point near the beginning of the bridge. He grabbed a point near the middle of the bridge and a point near the end of the bridge. And they were all at the same level, sea level, you know, 5.8 feet or meters or whatever above the water or above sea level. Yep. And just by getting the XYZ coordinates, you can see that those 3 points are not collinear, which they should be. If
what do you mean? They were all 5.8.
Well, no. But level is curved, right? Level is curved.
No, so level is. See, level is curved, so he says, and these are the same elevation. Except these ones here look like they're at the same horizontal, at least a traditional horizontal that goes from left to right across the page. Now you would say there's zero slope on these two here. If you were to say this one here, like you wouldn't say that this white line's level. It's got a slope to it. And this one's got a slope to it. So how could this be level with a slope? And it's got a different slope. This slope is different than this slope. It's like opposite. So how can this be level and this be level? They're both different. They're not the same. This slopes upwards. This slopes downwards. How can they be the same? How can level possibly be the same if it goes up and then down? This line here that goes from left to right across the page, that's a horizontal with no slope. That's what you would call an equal elevation. In reality, what you've got is a group of people who've decided to listen to one of the shadow giants who isn't around here anymore, Jesse Kozlowski, who's convinced them that there's a hump in the middle of the bridge. Yet, as we all know, Jesse Kozlowski said, just before he disappeared, that level drops from horizontal. Well, this is a horizontal here, at least in the picture that Blue Marble's made. And that doesn't drop.
A measure from horizontal.
Horizontal is just a line that goes from left to right across the page with zero slope, parallel to the plane of the horizon. Rumpus is telling me I don't know what down is. I mean, come on. There are people like Rumpus that go around telling people that they don't know what down is. They're in a bad way. Not only because they've got Rumpus leading them and shouting things like, you don't know what down is. But you've got people like Jesse Kozlowski that just aren't around anymore. They've obviously told that many lies to that many people. They can't face telling them that they lied to them. So they just keep out the way. Level is horizontal, though. That's a big problem for you, Blue. I know. Must be terrible. Level has zero slope. We all know how water flows from higher elevation to lower elevation. That's a higher, lower, a drop, or a raise.
From horizontal.
Yeah, from
and
horizontal.
By the way, if they are saying that there is to the center, so this is just begging the question. So you cannot say that because level is curved. If Charles is saying that something about whatever, and he is saying because level is curved, he's begging the question. So what that he is saying because level is curved? It means nothing. This is assumption he is making without any substance there. So this is begging the question, and this is not explanation. So I have heard many times because to the center, because level is curved. But this is not explanation. This is not proof for anything. So saying because the level is curved is just repeating mantra. So I don't know why they are because it is for hours. I can hear this for hours and months because level is curved, because we live on a globe. Since we live on the globe. So when they learn that you cannot start with begging the question to convince anybody to anything, but they are always doing the same, begging the question because it is to the center of the earth, this gravity or whatever, because level is curved.
It's got different numbers there. It's impossible for you to have equal elevations at these 3 points to use geometry to find the midpoint and the perpendicular bisector and then join those up. If you were to do that, you wouldn't end up with 110-foot difference on either side.
Yes, I know. Yes.
No, I'm just pointing out to Blue. Like it's
Yeah.
not that there isn't a center, and it isn't because of anything like that, Blue. The point that I'm trying to make out is that you've wrote some numbers on there that are literally impossible to find using Jesse's method. Literally impossible, Blue. There's no way you can do it geometrically. That's the whole point. What we're talking about. I mean, forget about the fact that you don't know anything about surveying. I've never been over there and done any surveying. But just the facts. Jesse Kozlowski states 3 points, equal elevation, 3 coplanar points of equal elevation. You've decided to find the perpendicular bisector of what you imagine is a hump. Then you've decided to make a triangle to find your 0 point, which makes another 4th point. But you've wrote down numbers that are impossible to derive from what you've just done. Blue, that's your mistake. You absolutely will, Blue. Well, go live, Blue. In fact, come round. Come on to the server. Come in. Explain it here. You can. Everybody, you can come in at any time you want, Blue. I'm not shutting this down and coming over to your server because you want a little party going on over there. You feel a bit vulnerable or something. If you want to come over and explain how you think you can get these numbers from that mathematical thing, Blue, then do it geometrically. That's how Jesse said, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth. Looks like you've got 3. So it's not a radius, is it?
Yes, and Rumpus is now in YouTube chat repeating this mantra. This is oblate spheroid, so we have different radiuses, etc. So they have this stupid explanation for every rebuttal.
Yeah. Well,
if
no,
we are
Jesse
both that way,
Kozlowski soundly said, right, you measured the radius. Well, Blue's got 3 different radiuses there.
yeah.
So is that what he did? Because they're equal elevations. Blue. They're 3 points of equal elevation with 3 different radiuses, according to you, your diagram, your picture. Blue.
Which is impossible, because even if they say that this radius is
ellipsoid,
but if we have ellipsoid, we have different radii.
Yeah, and they wouldn't be like that though, would they?
So how can you name it equal elevation if you have different radii? This is just nonsense.
Let's say it's just impossible, or either Jesse Kozlowski left you with a load of shit and then ran off, or Blue Marbles added another load of shit on top of it, and he's the one saying, oh, it's Jesse. Jesse did that. And Jesse, he knows that Jesse's never going to come back. So I think Blue Marble and Jesse are sort of playing a bit of a game of hide the stink. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Oh well, no, it's not.
It is. I can
the
prove
point,
it.
Okay, but one of the points there were many.
Curve. Fe Dogma says he can easily prove that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Showed you that bit earlier. He said it in the YouTube video. So there's a few of us that can prove that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That you've just stated.
Okay.
You know
Bev.
you can't prove it.
Bev,
Yeah, you're just going to say it is. It has to be, right? But
no,
this is
I'm
the
not saying
problem.
it has
You've got
to be.
a
I'm just
geometric
saying,
problem. Stick on that, please.
And my understanding, Bev, is that Jesse has the entire spreadsheet with like 10,000 data points is like on the web somewhere. I'm not quite sure, where. But if you plug in the XYZ coordinates of the beginning of the bridge, the middle of the bridge, and the end of the bridge, just put it into a solver. It will tell you that those 3 points are not collinear.
5.8
they may be
meters
coplanar, but they're not collinear. Okay, 5.8 was the elevation, according to level, right? It was level.
Yeah, above.
And so it's very, very interesting, Bev.
Yeah.
If you have 3 points and they are all level, but they're not collinear, and the bridge is straight, meaning it's a straight line on the map. Okay, so he wasn't turning left and he wasn't turning right. He was driving straight.
It was on a level.
Okay,
on the
but
same
that
level.
is, and I'm not going to call it a proof because I try to stay away from proof. But that is evidence that level is curved.
From proof?
Okay,
that's
Bev,
what you
that
should
is
be
evidence.
striving for. Don't try and stay away from it.
Bev, that is evidence that level is curved.
It's
just
not
the
level
GPS
evidence.
data that was
No,
just.
it's not. There's no evidence that level is curved. He's talking shit. And everyone knows that level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. It's not curved.
Yes, that's why they don't like proofs, because you have proofs that they are wrong. And that's why they don't like it, because they want word evidence, because if you have only evidence, it is not very convincing. But proof, demonstrative proof, is always convincing, because this is the nature of this argument. But Charles doesn't like, seemingly, proof, this word, because proof is definite and evidence is not definite. So if both of you have only evidences, you can argue endlessly. But one with proof would end discussion. So that's why Charles don't want to concede your proof as proof.
Everybody knows, right, that within mathematics, the structure of mathematics, proofs, that's where proofs belong. Right? Now, the idea of realizing Euclid is to take those geometric mathematical proofs and relate them to reality. It's a very easy thing to do. Just find a way to link reality to the mathematical geometric proofs. Then you can prove in reality. It's very simple to be able to do. Since mathematics and stuff does exist, and you can measure things in reality, straight lines, practical use of straight lines, then of course you can. That's how you get proofs in reality.
Vacuumed up?
No.
5.8.
5.8.
I get that you don't
5.8.
believe that level is curved.
That's
I
what
get that.
you think is a curve.
Well, no, 5.8 is an elevation, and the elevation was constant. All right, but if you plug the XYZ,
do you know what that means?
If you plug the XYZ coordinates into a solver, you can find whether those 3 points, the beginning, middle, and end of the bridge, are in a Euclidean straight line. If they're collinear, and it turns out they're not, and it turns out not only that, but that the middle point at the approximate middle of the bridge was the sagitta, as predicted by Earth Curve.
So this A to C, let's call it, it's a straight line from one side to the other. Now he's saying that this middle point here, the middle point of this line, isn't on the line. For anybody that needs catching up. I mean, it may look weird because he's got a triangle here. But imagine the hump doesn't exist and it's just a straight line. Now he's saying along this straight line, this middle point isn't on this straight line for some reason. So
it just comes out of the numbers.
Right? That's sagitta.
Yes.
Would that be classed as vertical?
I'm not I'm not going to use the H word.
Would the sagitta be classed as vertical?
Well, the sagitta is a distance measurement, but that
Yes.
would be in the vertical direction.
Okay, so
Sure.
it would be on the vertical datum, the sagitta.
Well, I'm talking about a distance, so not
Yes, well,
not
that's what we
not
are.
a datum, not
The
in reference
vertical-
to a datum.
Yes, the vertical
No,
datum
no,
is a distance,
no.
like a ruler.
No,
in the
right,
vertical.
but that's not the distance I'm talking about.
But
Because
it is
the datum,
the
my
sagitta. You've just
understanding of
said
the
it.
datum is sea
the
level.
sagitta vertical?
Okay, but Bev,
Is
you're
it a
trying to
vertical
get me into a
distance?
corner and then make
I'm
me
not
say
trying
something
to-
I didn't say.
No, I'm just asking
So-
you. There's a sagitta there. Is that a vertical distance on that sagitta?
It is a vertical distance from the chord, from the start of the bridge to the end of the bridge.
Right, so here's the thing. You've got start of the bridge, end of the bridge. And you've got a measured vertical change from the line from A to B. Straight across there. There is a vertical change. This is what I'm pointing out to Charles. This is how you measure elevation changes. You measure a reference line that has a 0 elevation change. This point here and this point here have a 0 elevation change. So you measure a straight line between them, and then anywhere in between that has a different, you can measure on the vertical, either up or down. That's how you measure an elevation change. In reality, literally, when you see people measuring and they have tools, they have auto levels, you see people on sites working out the depth of foundations, the pipes, the drainage pipes that need to have the slope and the grade, all of that. Every time they're using a straight line and measuring on the vertical datum to measure an elevation change. Whether you want a slope, if you want 0 slope, you end up with this horizontal. No change in elevation. If you do have a change in elevation, it's measured on the vertical, which they've got here in the center. They're calling it a sagitta. They're putting a hump in the middle of the bridge, but they don't want to call it a hump.
Which goes
change.
underwater.
It's a
right?
change in the vertical.
It's a change in the vertical
sagitta.
from the chord. This is very important. The chord goes underwater from the beginning of the bridge to the end of the bridge.
Right, but
if you draw
A and B is a line, right? From one
right.
end of the bridge to the other.
Yes, that's a
Right,
straight
okay.
line, and
That's
it
a
goes
straight
underwater.
line. Now, is there a difference, a vertical difference between that line from A to B in the center?
With the bridge, when he was driving across the bridge, yes, that we are calling that the sagitta.
Okay, and how big
so
was
the
that?
midpoint of the bridge, and I forget what the actual number was, like 11, or I don't know what that number was in feet. Oh, that seems a bit high. It's 2 inches per mile squared, and I think the
2
causeway is
inches
only about
per
20
mile
miles.
squared. Are you sure?
Yeah, that's the formula for a sagitta.
The formula for a sagitta is 2 inches per mile squared. I take it that's a upwards 2 inches, not a 8 inches per mile squared drop. It's the opposite direction. Is that right? Or is that just a half distance because you're doing the quadratic? You've got a quarter. I don't know. I'll have to check that. How many other people has anybody ever heard anybody say 2 inches per mile squared before?
No, man, he's thinking about the pretty much the chord. He's thinking of half a mile each way and just measuring down. But I didn't think they could have a chord or a sagitta on a two-dimensional sphere.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about. He can't have he's got a center. He's got a Euclidean. They're using Euclidean geometry. to do it. Perpendicular bisectors.
Which
that
means it's
Blue
not a
used.
two-dimensional.
It's definitely not
Yeah.
a 2-dimensional. It's 3-dimensional. Has to be.
When do you think they'll figure this shit out, or do you
They
think they ever
won't.
will?
They won't. They can't. They literally cannot. Has anybody else heard of the 2 inches per mile squared formula that Charles is talking about? Brian's never heard of it. I mean, everybody's been around this arena for quite a few years, I would imagine. Surely everybody's heard of the 8 inches times the distance in miles squared for the rumpers pole, right? Well, has anybody ever heard 2 inches per mile squared? Anyone? What about you guys in the YouTube chat? Who's ever heard of 2 inches per mile squared? No. Bloods has never heard of it. No, we'll just listen to it again in case somebody wants to say I'm lying that he didn't actually say that. So let's listen. Okay, and how big
So
was
the
that?
midpoint of the bridge, and I forget what the actual number was, like 11, or I don't know what the number was
94.
in feet. Oh, that seems a bit high. It's 2 inches per mile squared, and I think the
2
causeway is
inches
only about
per
20
mile
miles.
squared. Are you sure?
Yeah, that's the formula for sagitta.
Formula for a sagitta, 2 inches per mile squared.
I think that he just invented that.
I think so.
because
I don't know
Never-
anybody else
never
that's
heard.
ever even heard of it. What about you, Blue? Rumpus? Come on, surely somebody's gonna support Charles here with this one. 2 inches per mile squared. No? Is it further math? It might be further mathematics. That's what the Blue and Rumpus will be doing now. Blue Rumpus, come on. Let's have a check, fact check. 2 inches per mile squared for a sagitta.
I just checked it, man. It's wrong.
I've never heard it before, other than Charles saying this. That's
Work
not
if you're thinking about
Sagitta
like,
has curvature.
But it's like this. If you use 10 miles, you get 16 feet, and the sagitta to 5 miles would be freaking like 25 times 8. 200. Yeah, no, actually it is 16 feet. That formula might work. That formula might work.
It's just a quarter.
For a sagitta.
But the problem is it's upwards from the chord rather than downwards from the horizontal. There's a big difference whenever you take this dogmatic model. Like we said, there's a contradiction between the hump and the drop.
Right. He's using it for like in actual reality, and he's deviating from his model a little bit.
Yeah, but the sagitta is from the chord, and the drop is from the so-called tangent. It like one's outside of the circle and the other one's inside of the circle. They're two different reference lines that you're using when you're using the sagitta and the drop, the total drop.
Like I said,
the full
they can't even have a sagitta with a two-dimensional sphere.
There's no such thing as a two-dimensional sphere.
But still, my question is this rise from sagitta or drop from sagitta? Because that would be curvature upward, not downward. So it would be like concave curvature, because otherwise how it would be? Sagitta is already inside of this circle. So it would be rise from that. How can it be a drop?
Yeah, you go in from the chord. It's a different, completely different. Well, I mean, it is similar. They're both the same, but one of them, this sagitta, is the rise. Has to be a rise from the chord.
Yes, but I cannot process this curvature because this 2 inches per mile square is some curve. So from what to what? I cannot imagine that. What he's talking about.
Yeah, blue marble's getting confused. Brian, can you stop using 2D spheres? It confuses the shit out of blue marble, and at his age, you don't want to be confusing him like that. Just lay off the fantasy 2D spheres. He doesn't know what it is that you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
too advanced.
How far is the bridge? Is it like 24 miles long?
27, or maybe 24.
27. Okay, let's plug in 27.
How
27
long is it?
times 27
I think
times
it might be the
2
canal that's
inches.
27. This is the
Okay,
vertical
and then we'll
change.
divide. It's 121 feet. Okay, so the sagitta should be approximately, if for a 27 mile long, distance, the sagitta should be 121 feet approximately.
Vertical.
Yeah, compared to the chord, compared to the A to B chord. Yes.
Yeah. So vertical. It's 120 feet on a vertical. I mean, everybody knows what that is. That's an elevation change. There's a how do you have a vertical change without it being an elevation change? Has anybody tried to work that one out yet? Just think about it for a second while we're thinking about this, right? You've got 100 and odd feet of a vertical difference, but he's saying it's not an elevation change. Work that out.
Not compared to the datum. Not compared to the datum. I want to make that really crystal clear.
So there's
because
you have got a change
elevation
there, a measured 100 and let's say 100 foot, right? Change.
Yes.
Measured on the vertical, but you're saying that isn't an elevation change.
That's correct.
Right,
because
you do know how you measure
elevation.
an elevation change, don't you?
Well, it's compared to mean sea level, or more or less.
No, it's just measured on the vertical. Any change from where that mean is, right? A change in the vertical is a change in elevation. Like you can put a ruler anywhere. Put it on your floor of your house. Put it vertically and say, there's a 2 foot elevation change there. That's how you measure elevation changes.
Right. And locally,
you have a standard, a mean, right,
much.
somewhere, and you reference somewhere else to that.
Right. But the thing is, with great distance, this is going to follow a curved surface. Level follows a curved surface with great distance.
You've got a reference of that straight line from A to B, and you've said there's 100 foot. Yeah, level follows a curved surface again. Like, why?
Yes,
it's an equal elevation.
It's just annoying. The same mantra. Begging the question. For me, it's just annoying.
It is. Obviously, they certain people have led them to believe that this is the shape of level. Level is a circle. Well, like we said all along, it's provable. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. FE Dogma can prove it too, easily. I think everyone should be able to work out some way to be able to prove it.
And Mick West?
Yeah.
Yes, he's showing level, surface. Yeah.
Okay. A vertical change. That's
from the chord.
An elevation change, yes.
No, it's not an elevation change because it was level the whole way across the bridge.
It's an elevation change in reference to that straight line that you put from A to B.
I'm not going to use the word elevation. I'll say distance to the chord.
It's a vertical change.
Distance to the chord.
It's a vertical change.
But Dev, the
what's he got? What's wrong with a vertical change in elevation? How can you have a vertical measured distance that isn't an elevation change? Think about that.
One of the things that frustrates some people in this arena is when people try to take a nuanced argument and then just take words
It's
out.
not
So
a
like,
nuanced
you know,
argument.
no, Bev,
I
let
know
me finish
you,
the thought.
Charles. You perhaps forget. I am the one with a land surveying certificate.
Yes.
I'm the
Yes, and I'm
one
not
that
gonna say you don't have one.
knows how
Okay.
to measure elevation changes.
Right,
It's very
Bev,
simple,
Bev,
Charles,
Bev.
for anybody to understand how an
Okay.
elevation change is measured.
Yes, Bev, you and I are in complete agreement that an elevation change is a vertical, you know, displacement or something. It's a distance that's measured vertically.
That's a bit cheeky, that, isn't it? Like, he doesn't
Yes,
know. He's never got a clue, and he said a vertical displacement.
Yes, he's avoiding this word. He is avoiding this word. That this is elevation change. No. This is displacement, and other word he used. I can't remember now, but not elevation change.
How can you have a vertical change of 100 feet or 90 feet and it not be an elevation change? You're going up or down. That's what up and down is. Even with these guys, with their really bad understanding of up and down. It's on the vertical elevation change. Can't be anything other than that.
Vertically, you and I are in complete agreement. However, when I am being crystal clear specific about the distance to the chord, I'm not going to simplify and then just say it's a vertical distance. I'm not going to simplify it because then I don't want the phrase vertical distance to get lumped into elevation change. It's not an elevation change. The beginning, middle, and end of the bridge are at the same elevation. Okay? But the middle of the bridge was 100 feet or whatever.
It's not, no,
from
is
the
it?
chord.
That's the problem.
From the...
Oh, see, he's still going on about it. 110-foot difference on the vertical, but not an elevation change.
Slightly insane.
That's impossible.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
What makes
Physically
them say
impossible. The model, they have to.
We got that in there.
And you can make them say it every time. That's the sad part of it.
But you could put all the XYZ points into
you would
your own solver.
definitely not have a 90-foot elevation change in the center of that bridge.
Okay, so we talk about that's correct. We're not having an elevation change. We're having zero elevation change. Okay,
Exactly.
It's like,
so there's a zero elevation change in the center of the bridge. They just like drawing triangles for some reason to confuse people. Maybe because somebody like Jesse Kozlowski started off and drawing this hump thing. I think that's what they're doing. They just copy what Jesse Kozlowski said. And there's a zero elevation change actually in the bridge. And everybody knows there's a zero elevation change in it. It's just tradition that they draw it like this. Everybody should know when they see this that there is a zero elevation change in the center. It's like I say, it's just tradition because Jesse Kozlowski started it when he was doing stuff like this. I think there's anybody else that's actually done any of this sort of stuff. They've only got Jesse Kozlowski. And unfortunately, he's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He's fucked off. He's not going to come back. So there's nobody to actually explain this now. Apart from people like me that say there's no elevation change. Charles says there's no elevation change. Yet they want to believe, because Jesse draws it like this, that there is a vertical 100 odd foot. It's impossible. But because Jesse Kozlowski drew a picture like this once, they all like to believe that they can come up with some mathematical way of interpreting it to make Jesse Kozlowski not look like he was lying, or maybe they're misrepresenting what Jesse Kozlowski actually said. maybe they thought this is what Jesse Kozlowski actually said. It's hard to tell since Jesse Kozlowski isn't around here anymore. It's terrible. If only Jesse Kozlowski hadn't fucked off and left them all with this bullshit to explain for themselves. And impossible bullshit, I might add. So that when you put a line from A to B, there is no elevation change from A to B.
But there is. It's in the data. You could take the data yourself and analyze it.
Dude, you've just said there is no elevation change from A to B.
That's correct. That there's no elevation change because elevation is measured from level. Talk about an that's correct. We're not having an elevation change. We're having zero elevation change. Okay?
Exactly.
It's like
so when you put a line from A to B, there is no elevation change from A to B.
But there is.
There is. We get
there
that
is.
elevation
There is
change
not.
back
There
again.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's
this
not
is
contradictory.
just insane.
But I mean, we'll go back again just so we can listen to it. Listen to how this develops. When you put a line from A to B, there is no elevation change from A to B.
But there is.
There is. Well, let's go back a little bit further, and then.
Okay, so we talk about that's correct. We're not having an elevation change. We're having zero elevation change. Okay.
So there's a zero elevation change, right? Zero elevation change. Obviously, no elevation change.
It's like
so when you put a line from A to B, there is no elevation change from A to B.
But there is. It's in the data.
We've just got it back again. Amazing how quickly those elevation changes are there, then they're not there. And then they just disappear again.
Bam. There is. Bam. There is not.
That's how we prove the dogmatic globe, right?
They're only there when he says they are. When you say they are, not that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is what Saragaki's been calling bulbarism. Right? It's because of the person that says it that it makes it just not. It's a pretty bad tactic of dismissing arguments, which these guys are obviously doing, right? Contradicting themselves, contradicting each other.
Take the data yourself and analyze it.
Dude, you've just said there is no elevation change from A to B.
That's correct. That there's no elevation change.
See, it's gone again. It's just disappeared. It's there. It's not there. And then it comes back again. Then it disappears. It's not there. There is no elevation change.
Because elevation is measured from level and level is curved. However, in 3D coordinates, XYZ coordinates, the 3 points are not in a straight line. The middle point is, and I'm just going to run off the top of my head, about 120 feet from the chord. That's called the sagitta.
120 feet vertically change. It's an elevation change without it being an elevation change. It's the hump not hump and the drop not drop.
So and it's in the.
Sorry.
He said that in Cartesian coordinate system, it is deviation from straight line.
Yeah. That's an elevation change. Measured on the Z.
Yes, but not. So
yeah, not an elevation change. It's an elevation change without an elevation change because it's not really there. He just wants to imagine it's there, but then he really knows that it's not there. So imaginary, he can like to imagine it being there, but then in reality he knows it's not there. And I guess it's hard to imagine it being there because in reality it's just not there. So it can be tricky. Blue's had a problem with the unclamping as well. This has been quite a big problem for quite a while. The we call it Lake Rakia Bridge. LIGO next after this, but this is where we start with the the understanding of elevation changes.
the data, Bev. That's the thing. And that's the point that all these globers who are bringing up Lake Pontchartrain, especially GPS on Lake Pontchartrain, well, all these globers, the point we're trying to make is that the raw data, the raw
5.8, 5.8, 5.8,
that was one
5.8.
column. 5.8 was one column. There were 3 other columns at least for the XYZ ECEF coordinates. Okay. But the data is all there. If you just take the raw data, you can analyze it yourself and you will discover the sagitta. Okay. You will discover the difference in the distance to the origin. You know?
There's no hump.
Well, I'm not going to use that word. It's a sagitta.
Because there isn't one. You're not going to use it because you know it isn't there.
Oh my goodness, because that word is a triggering word. Oh my goodness. So I'm not going to, I just said, oh my goodness, didn't I?
Yeah.
That's how you could tell it's me. I'm not a bot.
It's not triggering to me at all. I
know.
No. I know there's no hump.
I didn't say it triggered.
And I know there's no drop.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
You've got me. Like 99.999% of the people, right? We are all absolutely certain there's no hump and there's no drop. It doesn't exist, right?
Okay. We're gonna just not use those words in terms of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
Hump, drop. We're not going to use them. So he's taking words off the table. This is a so-called high school teacher, not wanting to use words.
Right? We won't use those words, but we can use the word sagitta, which is the distance from the chord when the chord is drawn beginning to end. Straight line path from beginning to end.
So that's I hope you get the elevation change, right?
But I hope you get the point, Bev,
at least.
Is that yes, if you could draw a vertical plane through the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge and you can measure, these distances on that plane. But I hope you get the point. The data is there for you to analyze. Now, whether Walter Bisland wrote a piece of software to analyze it, I don't know those details.
5.8,
but anybody could perform the analysis. It's a little bit tricky because you have to use 3 coordinates instead of 2.
Could you put a horizontal line from A to B?
It wouldn't be called horizontal.
Point
my
A,
goodness.
point B. Can you make a horizontal line from point A to point B?
No.
Why not?
You can draw a line from point A to point B, but you cannot.
It's an equal elevation, right? From A to B.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Okay.
So there would be no slope. If I were to draw a horizontal line from A to B, there would be no slope on it, would there? So it would fill the qualification for a horizontal with zero slope.
Oh my goodness, you are so hard-headed.
What do you mean?
Oh my goodness, you're so hard-headed,
okay.
Bev. It's
so
a chord.
Point A and point B are a point at equal elevation. So the line from A to B would have a 0 elevation change, i.e. no slope.
No, it's going to decrease in elevation until in the middle, it's like 100 foot less in elevation. And then it's going to start increasing in elevation until it gets to B.
So you can't put a horizontal from A to B then?
You cannot draw a horizontal from A to B.
So where would the horizontal go? See? A lower elevation in the middle. We had somebody else do that earlier today.
Yes, so it is drop and then rise.
Mm-hmm.
From
a straight line.
The sagitta.
And that's the line that you'd call horizontal from A to B.
Yes, and this is the same thing, this drop in LIGO, I think. This inclination. No?
Yeah, I think so.
One of the arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, only one.
Yeah, the odd arm.
The second is all right.
All of the others slope 4 foot. It's just one arm that has this slope down back up again. Just the one magic arm at LIGO. Livingston. It's the let's not talk about that one type lever. We'll pretend that's not there. Has Blue gone live? That's where Blue might have gone. Somebody check if Blue Marble's gone live. He wanted to coax me over there so he could show us what an elevation change is. As if you want to know how elevation changes work with Blue Marble science. I've already done it. I did a 2-year course. I know about that sort of stuff. But Charles is stating that you cannot draw a horizontal line. So if you imagine this picture that you've got here, it's on a vertical plane, and normal people would say a line going from left to right across the page is a horizontal. Well, if your model afflicted, like these guys, like Charles, they say that you cannot draw a horizontal line on this vertical plane. On a whiteboard, on a piece of paper, if you state that you've got a vertical plane, like an elevation profile, a certain group of people say you can't have a horizontal line on it. I don't know where you would be able to draw horizontal lines if you can't draw them on vertical planes.
So if you draw a line, horizontal line on your whiteboard, so what it would be?
I think they say it can't be horizontal. I don't know. They weren't offering. He didn't offer anything. He's here now. He's not going to offer up anything for you to call it.
But you can definitely can draw a straight line in this vertical plane. So if you have vertical plane, you can draw a vertical line, and then you can draw a perpendicular to that.
Mm-hmm.
But this would be not horizontal on whiteboard. Strange.
Yeah. It's all right, Blue. You have your it's still June, isn't it, Charles? Have you not been invited over there, Charles? Blue's having a bit of a party over at his. Oh, wait a minute, Blue. I'm banned. You banned me. That's a shame, isn't it? I think when you went on that mad fit and you banned everybody, you banned me in that. You remember, Blue? When you were banning everyone. That's when you banned me. So, can't come over to your server because you banned me. You banned a lot of us. There's quite a few people that were banned from the Blue Marble Science Discord server that you want me to come over to. But unfortunately, I'm banned. Just to let everybody know. The reason for me not going over.
Hello?
Hello, Rob. We can hear you.
Okay, just checking. I don't think I'm banned, but the thing is, I don't think I ever been over there.
Oh, well.
Just saying.
Oh, yeah. I don't know whether he wants you to go over there to learn how to measure elevation changes on the...
how to curve straight lines? Because that's all he's going to do is try and tell me how to curve a straight line.
Oh, have you just remembered, Blue, that you have actually banned me? He's just told me now he'll unban me. After just moaning, saying that I'm going to miss out. Did you forget?
That's hilarious. So now he has to admit he was wrong in banning you. Because it was his fault, not your fault. If he wants you back, that's what I'm saying. He's got to follow the logical conclusion of his own actions. If it was your fault for getting banned and you haven't changed, there'd be no reason to unban you. This is why these guys can't present a logical argument, and they're always spiraling back and forth between freakouts.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to explain to me how elevation changes are measured. a guy that's never done a 2-peg test. He's told me he's never done a 2-peg test. So unless he was lying then, and then I'm not too sure I want to go and talk to a liar that bans people for no reason. I think it's safer for you, Blue, if you, I don't know. Just record it and then we'll go over it and we'll watch it. It does seem like Charles hasn't been invited. Blue, you can come over here anytime.
Yeah, Charles is here, so why go to Blue Marble Science channel when Charles is already here? Blue Marble Science and Rumpus are already here in the YouTube chat, so why
He'll just end
go
up
there?
banning you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, no problem.
They'll just end up banning you again and then blaming you for something again.
Mm-hmm.
So let's cut the shit. Leave your echo chamber. If you want to talk to somebody, you know where to find them.
We did just check the other day, Blue, and yes, I was banned. Still banned. And now for you to just say I'm not banned, that must mean that you've just unbanned me. Shameful, Blue. But everybody knows what you like, Blue. It doesn't really matter. Go and do your show with Rumpus. Go and get on. Click your live button. We are going, it's showtime. Do that.
Just Bev, how about your new video with the Showtime?
It's good, isn't it?
Can we maybe play that one? It just seems like perfect time.
We started it at the beginning. We started off with that one. Right, so check this out. We can't draw a horizontal on a vertical plane. Now, Rumpus says you can't have a vertical plane, but we've had that argument and everybody's decided that Rumpus can shut up because everybody uses vertical planes. But now the thing is, Blue... Blue's saying that I'm lying now about the thing. Now, I don't know how many people were in here. We did check the other week. Can you remember, guys? You were banned from this server. It was definitely something that was posted many times.
But Blue
Yeah, because he got... You guys,
Blue
I remember...
Sorry. Blue said in YouTube chat right now that I will unban you.
Yeah, and then he checked and he said, I'm not banned.
So, sorry, no. This is very telling.
Mm-hmm.
He got
the one
angry.
That's lying, apparently.
He got angry when you guys were talking about blue marble scientists.
Yeah.
He said there's no such thing as a blue marble scientist, and he needs to ban you guys for your own mental health purposes. I got a DM from him. He basically explained this whole thing. Because I was on the server, they got like a trash Bev channel. And I'm like, yo, why can Bev not post in here? Oh yeah, they got banned. I banned. Oh, okay. What happened?
But if this is the reason, it is just stupid because blue marble science assumes that there are or should be some blue marble scientists, because science does not live on its own. You have to have scientists of blue marble. So why he is offended? I don't understand that.
Go live, Blue. Go on. You know you want to do it. Do an entire show about how you measure elevation changes in reality. See if you can do that. See if you can draw like how you a challenge. drawing a horizontal line on a vertical plane. Globe challenge. Can you do it?
Or maybe it is just
While you're at it,
forbidden.
Blue,
Maybe it is
and
just
while-
taboo. You
while you're at
cannot
it,
because you are not allowed.
Charles said that I can measure elevation changes, just by rise or drop of the horizontal up to a construction site. But while you're at it, tell me how would I go about doing that past a construction site? What would be the method?
He doesn't know. It's not
Yeah,
worth asking.
was that a question directed at me live? I'm sorry, Bev. I was quiet, Bev, because I don't like interrupting your show. I like watching you go through videos. But Brian, was that a question?
Good to have you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you at least had the balls to. I'm telling you, for years and years and years, we hear local, this, that, practical.
Yes, local and practical.
You're the closest thing to giving it any kind of meaning at all. So my question is to them, since they tell me how to do, they're telling me I'm doing my job wrong or else.
No one's saying that.
Okay, they're not technically saying that, but they're telling me that I can't extend a horizontal line, a level line, and measure slope and drainage from that. You said I could, it works within a construction site. It's practical, and so I want to know, how do I measure slope past a construction site? Was there a different method or what?
No. The thing is, slope, typically is rise over run, and slope in the real world is
What do you mean
percent grade.
typically? It
Well,
is.
like for
Slope
example,
is rise over run.
Right. But rise over run, those are cute little words, and what do those words actually mean? So they mean a horizontal distance compared to a vertical displacement.
Absolutely.
So you get the percent grade in terms of like a roadway or a pipe, a drainage pipe. So you got no problem there. But the vertical, the rise, so to speak, that's aligned with plumb. So as far as you go with your pipe, you're going to have a plumb, or you're going to have some sort of leveling device.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to hang plumb bobs, I mean, plumb bobs are kind of old fashioned, so you're probably going to use an auto level, or you're going to use
isn't it?
another device. But you're going to be measuring it the whole way. And the thing that I've been going on in chat with Paige is that it's theoretical to say what's going to happen 100 miles away compared to my plumb bob right here in my hand. Or tied to a nail, I should say.
Theoretical.
Well, it's a thought experiment, and that's the thing that we've been going back and forth on.
Are you saying you couldn't make a straight line?
Straight lines are nearly impossible. Straight lines are nearly impossible to make.
Are you saying that you cannot have a slope of a distance above what?
Oh, it's the question is really where do you go from local practical through to geodetic, and it's there's no set distance. I mean, I'm sure the surveying manuals talk about the sort of the applicable ranges for plane surveying versus geodetic surveying. Like I said, I'm not a surveyor.
They're both the same, but what would you imagine?
Look at a surveying textbook and then tell me that you.
How long do you imagine a horizontal line can be made?
That would be what the surveying textbook would say, and like I said, I'm not.
How
I'm not
long
a surveyor,
a straight line? I don't think so. You will
I'm
never
gonna defer to
find
the
in
experts.
a surveying textbook how long a horizontal line can be.
I'm going to defer to the experts on that. Plane
Well,
surveying works on a local
experts are
level.
you deferring to?
The experts who wrote the surveying text, the surveying textbook.
And what does the surveying textbook say?
So when I got a surveying textbook,
What
and
does the
I don't
surveying
the answer.
textbook say about the length of a horizontal?
I don't have that answer off the top of my
So
head.
how can you defer to it?
So,
Charles,
when you keep interrupting.
No, I'm asking you. You want to defer to what the experts say, but you don't know what the experts say. So how can you defer to them?
Okay, I was trying to get literally one sentence out, but you kept interrupting. I have a surveying textbook. I don't have it in my hand. I just moved. It's in a box somewhere. But literally the first chapter was on geodetic surveying. Literally the first chapter described the shape of the Earth, described how things are measured over the surface of the planet. And then all the later chapters talked about plane surveying, which is what is practical on the local environment. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. That's what the experts will say. So if you pick up any textbook, I mean, it has to be a decent textbook, not like a little manual.
Forget about
for
textbooks, right? We're talking about a horizontal line with zero slope in reality.
Right. Yes.
How
Locally,
long?
No problem.
How long?
I'm not going to give you a number.
How long can you have that?
I'm not going to give you a number. I'm
Why not?
saying the experts know the number.
What's
the surveying experts know the
where
number.
are the experts then that can tell you the length of a horizontal line?
They've written textbooks, so you could look it up there.
There is no textbooks that has the length of a horizontal line in it.
There are no surveying textbooks.
No, there's no surveying textbooks that will tell you how long a horizontal line you can have in reality is. Because
Dev,
it's a
I've got a
fucking horizontal line, Charles.
Ev, when the last time I spoke with Jesse, he asked me to ask you what surveying textbook you use personally, because then we can have a sort of a common, shared. We could talk about what happens on page 37 or whatever. Like I always like to get copies of books, so that's what Jesse wanted me to ask you is what kind of what is your surveying textbook? Which author do you use? Because I'd be happy to get a copy.
We're talking about a horizontal line, Charles.
Yeah, and I'm saying that that will be shown in the textbook. So what textbooks do you have?
Which textbook?
For modeling? They got textbooks for their models, but we would use practical, real life.
Surveying. What surveying textbook do you use? You refer back to?
What surveying textbook do you use?
No, I'm not a surveyor. You're the one with the certificate.
So why are you talking about surveying textbooks then?
Because that would have the answer to your question.
It's a practical.
Practical surveying? Is that the name of the book?
I mean, I could write a textbook.
What's the author? What's the author of that book?
Surveying is a practical thing.
That doesn't sound like the name of a book. Do you have one? I mean, you got it on your shelf, right? Don't you have it within arm's reach? Like I said, the one textbook I bought was it's in a box somewhere because I just moved.
This sounds like a blue marble question that he sent you in a DM.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you how horizontal line, Charles. That's crazy.
Well,
stop
okay,
trying
but
to
pretend.
Stop trying to pretend that you talk to Jesse Kozlowski. Because he's not around here. You do not talk to him.
He and I are friends, and he thinks it's very funny that you say his name literally every day. But he's
He told me. He told me to keep saying his name.
That's all right. What you're doing is bidding.
Yeah.
He's living rent free in your head.
No, he's not, because he's not coming back. He told me keep mentioning my name because I'm never gonna come back. I can't come back. He said.
Yeah, well,
isn't that what he told you? Didn't he tell you that he's not going to come back as well?
He hasn't told me anything about his reasons for not coming back.
But he did tell you he's not coming back, right? He just didn't tell you the reasons he's not coming back.
He did ask me to ask you what surveying textbook you use, and
he
like
knows,
I said,
he knows what surveying textbook I use. He knows it already.
My last tutoring client for pre-calculus, I used a pre-calculus textbook that I was not familiar with, so I just went on, I went on one of these used bookstore sites, and I literally got the exact copy of the textbook that he was using in his pre-calculus class. And so, when we were having our tutoring sessions, we opened up and we could literally open up to the same page, and it was very, very helpful. So that's why I'm asking you, what is your book?
I've already got the certificate.
Yeah, I get that. A land surveying certificate. I get that. But what's the book you use for reference?
Oh, sorry. The land surveying one's just the land surveying one. I've got other ones as well, other certificates, right?
But the point I'm trying to make, Bev, is it's very, very helpful. Because you're in the UK, I'm in the US.
It's not helpful to you.
It's very helpful if you could say,
all about
turn
surveying.
to page. I'm trying to learn.
And Jesse Kozlowski isn't going to come back, and it's not going to make any difference to him.
So, but if I knew the name of the book that you use,
favorite textbook. What's your surveying textbook called?
I'm not a surveyor. I don't have a surveying certificate, so that's why I'm asking you.
What's your surveying textbook? The one that you said you've got. What's it called?
I think it was by Foote, Foote, and it was a very kind of an older one.
What's it called?
Like I said, it's literally in a box, and I am not a surveyor, so I don't.
But you do have one. Like I say, I've only got the certificate. I haven't got the book, right? So I don't have a book, right? So you are the one with the book, but you don't even know what it's called yourself.
Because I'm not a surveyor. I literally bought
a surveying book?
Used surveying textbook, off the internet. Not knowing anything about surveying, I'd be like, oh, this would be interesting. But that's why, you know more about surveying than I do, a lot more.
We're just
You've got
talking
a certificate
about a
in it.
horizontal line, though, right? And surely you don't need to look at a surveying textbook to find out how long a horizontal line is.
The surveying textbook, and this is my understanding, not being a surveyor, but the surveying textbook will set apart guidelines for where you can go from plane geometry on a building site, where you need to use geodetic surveying on a much bigger scale, like, making a road or, railroad or a bridge or something. I'm sorry?
250 miles that planar surveying is applied.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it says, like I said, I'm not the, I'm not the surveying expert. But
within mathematics, how long can you have a horizontal line, Charles?
Oh, within mathematics, infinitely long.
Right. Now, do you
within mathematics,
think
sure.
that
That's like Euclidean geometry. You can make a line.
Could you put
that
in reality?
Horizontal. It can go on infinite.
Could you put that
in reality?
In reality,
horizontals. Yeah, in reality, horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, and plumb is drawn to the gravity vector. So it's local. So horizontal is a local thing because it is perpendicular to plumb, and plumb is local. So it's it's an academic question. It's like how far do you want your verticals to diverge? So what errors are we interested in? Are we interested in an error of
line, Charles?
Of less than a
we already know, Charles. Come on, let's be honest. We already know that you can't draw a horizontal line on a vertical plane. So let's put that in reality and be honest with everybody. How long can you make a horizontal line in reality?
How many times are you going to ask me that question?
Until you can be honest with yourself and everybody else.
I've tried repeatedly to defer to the experts who have guidelines for where plane surveying becomes less accurate, and you need to turn your sites over to geodetic surveying.
Horizontal, Charles.
They have horizontal on a building site. Horizontal is horizontal. Horizontal is practically the same as level.
You said you can't have a horizontal on a vertical plane. So if I've got a whiteboard here on my wall,
you could draw a horizontal line just fine.
So you can have a horizontal, at least the size of a whiteboard.
We're talking about at great distance. I mean, it depends on how pedantic you want to be.
No,
you
want to be super pedantic? Exact. Yeah, mathematically.
You want to be
exact.
super.
Yes.
If you want to be super pedantic, you cannot draw a horizontal line on your whiteboard. But
there you go.
Who's interested
let's
in
Let's
being
go
pedantic?
in reality then, Charles. Be super pedantic in reality, without having to look at your surveying book. How long can you make a horizontal line in reality?
2 molecules long. And then they'll start to diverge. Oh my goodness.
That's a horizontal line.
You're the most disingenuous prick I've ever heard.
No, at least he's been honest.
You try to get me. You try to get me cornered.
He's one of the first people to put a lens to local. So don't be nasty.
You don't like
to
the
him,
answer
Rob.
in reality.
He is the first person to ever put a local distance to a horizontal.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
I'm just trying.
I wasn't
to
trying to be nasty.
He didn't get it from a surveying book either.
Yeah, Rob, I
he
get what
got
you're
it from
saying,
his head.
But I'm literally trying to defer to the experts. And he says he doesn't care about the experts. He just wants he demands of a non-expert an answer, and so I'm giving him an answer. And he said he wanted a pedantic answer, so I gave him the pedantic answer, which is 2 molecules. Okay, because if you go 3 molecules, well, now you're going to be diverging from horizontal. and that's
So
that's completely
that
ridiculous.
means you can't
So-
have
You think
horizontal,
so?
yeah.
You think so?
Well, I said repeatedly you could locally have a horizontal.
And I asked you
plane
how
geometry
long that
works
local
just fine.
horizontal would be. And you
I
told
said-
us two
And I said
molecules.
that the surveying textbook establishes guidelines for the size of a construction site where you can use plane surveying. I said that, I don't know, 20 times. Would you like me to say it again? Plane
Well,
surveying can be used
you in
on a construction
America?
Site.
Are you in
okay?
America?
Yes, I'm in America.
Right.
I'm in
Have you
Southeast
ever
Pennsylvania.
heard of what state are you in?
Have I ever heard of what state I'm
No,
in?
what state are you in?
Oh, I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in
Okay.
Southeast Pennsylvania,
Now,
so right near
you
the
do
Mason-Dixon
know
line, actually.
that in America you have a thing that's called a state plane coordinate system.
Yeah, and you're talking over my head because I don't know these terms and I'm not familiar with this. But
do you know what a plane is?
Yes, I know what a plane
Now,
is.
do you know what your state is?
Well, I know I'm
So
in the
your
state of Pennsylvania.
has a plane coordinate system. Now, how local do you think that state plane is?
I don't know. I'm not an expert. I have no idea.
Do you
I've
think
said
there's
this
a
a
limit?
dozen times.
Do you think there's a limit to the state plane coordinate system?
The question doesn't make sense because I'm not a surveyor. So, you were literally demanding expert
I'm not
answers from a
demanding.
non-expert.
No, I'm not demanding. I'm trying to help you.
I'm trying to defer.
ease you through.
Literally,
a
I'm trying to
process,
defer.
Right?
This is
You're
not
wanting
my,
to know
this is
how
not my
big
area of expertise. and
local
you're demanding
is, Charles.
answers
I'm helping you.
from me.
I'm helping you, Charles.
Right. Well, but I think you're misunderstanding
You're
the
wanting
word
to
plane
know
and state plane
how-
coordinate system.
Are you wanting to know how local your plane can be, your horizontal?
Yeah, that's
right. Well,
that's
the
where
state
the limits of
plane
of
coordinate
surveying.
system will give you an idea of how big that plane can be. Right? And now I don't know how big
No,
your
I don't
state
think-
is.
I don't think that's
I
what
haven't
that
got a clue.
means.
You don't think
Yeah.
that's not what it means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what is the state plane coordinate system?
Mm-hmm.
And it says north, south, east, west lines, and they're perpendicular.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but I mean, this is absolutely not my area of expertise. So I think it's very interesting that you're really trying to pin me down.
No, I'm not trying to pin you down. You go to the experts. These are obviously the experts. You need to know where to look if you're asking for these figures, surely.
So yeah, I'm just not familiar with this. This is if you want to ask me how I teach geometry,
Isn't that weird
I can answer
that
that.
did Jesse Kozlowski never say that to you? He was telling me all the time.
I mean, he's given me tons and tons of references, and I haven't gone through like 1/10 of the references
But
that Jesse's given me.
about the state plane coordinate system.
Oh, yes, he did. But I mean,
that's
we didn't have a
great.
conversation of it, but it was in one of the many references he gave me. Like
You know,
I said,
all of the perpendiculars to the plane will be parallel, won't they?
no,
Well, yes, that's
no, because
provable.
vertical. Because if you in theoretic geometry,
Hey, I didn't. Hey,
perpendiculars
whoa,
to
whoa,
a
whoa,
plane
whoa, whoa,
are
slow
parallel,
down. All.
but verticals are not parallel.
Perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Yeah, in geometry, in Euclidean
Absolutely,
geometry, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you reckon? What about the state plane? Do you reckon all of the perpendiculars to a state plane?
Well, I just don't know exactly what they mean by state plane because the states are pretty big. I mean, there are many thousands of square miles.
You know what a
and
plane
these
is.
Thousands of. That's why I'm saying I think you're misunderstanding.
Why does it not
the word
compute?
plane.
Why does state plane coordinate system not compute to you as a state plane?
Because I know the shape of the
coordinate
Earth.
system?
And so even
right.
like when they say the flattest state is like Kansas, I don't know if you're familiar with the
Elevation
great
changes,
the Great
It's
Plains.
got elevation changes on it, right?
Oh sure.
Well,
You
you
got
don't,
little
then. It's not flat,
creeks
is it?
and gullies and stuff.
That's what they mean by the
but in
flattest
terms
state
of
is the one that has the
Right.
least elevation changes, right, across the entire state.
that's correct. And taken as a whole, the state of Kansas follows the curvature of the Earth. right? So that's why when you say state plane coordinate system, I think you know,
just
I'm
saying
just
that.
not
I mean,
understanding.
it's like it rolls off your tongue, but you do understand what a plane is.
Yes, I understand what a
That's why
plane
you're having
is.
a bit of a problem at the minute, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. All right, so why don't you give me a homework assignment to read up all I can about the state plane coordinate system, and then we can have a more intelligent conversation the next time.
I'm just telling you, I'm just
because
most of the people that are listening, right? They're not used to this either, but they do know what a state is in America, and they do know what a plane is, and they do know what a Cartesian coordinate system is. Well, you add three of them together, state plane coordinate system. Google it up just to see whether it's real. Make sure nobody's just making shit up, and look into it for yourself.
Okay,
Easy.
I will do that. You've done a bit of building. Do you guys use the word sheetrock over in the UK, or is that a brand name in the United States? Is the name sheetrock, you know, drywall instead of plaster? It's a
gypsum board.
Gypsum board. Okay. So I guess maybe it's a brand name in the United States. And I'm just trying to make a really dumb joke, but there's a brand name in the United States. And so sometimes people call like, oh yeah, get some sheetrock. But it's also known as drywall. It's also known as gypsum board. It's basically, you know, plaster of Paris between two layers of paper. But the dumb joke I was going to make is like, do you know what a sheet is? Do you know what rock is? Well, sheetrock. And it's like, no, sheetrock is not made of a sheet with rock. It was a really dumb joke, and I don't know why I did all that. But anyway, I would love to learn about state plane coordinate system.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Thank you. It's the stupidest thing I've ever said. So I will look into that.
No, you've said stupider things than that, but
okay, it's like a competition. How much stupid things could Flat Earth Math say? But I do enjoy listening to your commentary, Bev. I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation.
No, it's all right. It's fine.
It's free for all Friday. So
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's free for all Friday. But I really I made great progress on what Buster was having me do. I literally did 5 pages of algebra last night, working on basically deriving a formula, because remember I was saying I was going to either use computer software or spreadsheets to work the problem that Buster wants me to work on. But I literally did 5 pages of calculations to derive the formula for the distance from a point to a line, and I was quite pleased with myself because it was really, really ugly. And then at the last step, second to last step, everything canceled out, and I'm left with this very elegant little formula. So yeah, so I'm if you see Buster, tell him I'm working on the problem.
The difference of a point to a line.
The distance from a point to a line. Because, you know, Buster was talking about like the midpoint on the Pontchartrain Bridge. The mid span. And then what's right, exactly. How do you find the length of the sagitta? Well, you need to find the distance between that point and the line, which is the chord that runs A to B, where A and B are the endpoints of the bridge.
That's
the problem I'm working
said
on.
that Jesse was attempting to do. To measure the distance from the tangent line.
Yeah, not the tangent line.
That's what
the part on the bridge.
That's what Blue Marble said. We can't.
Okay.
You know, he'll call us liars if we get it wrong. Right?
So,
you know what they're like. People calling people liars for saying something that they didn't say.
I only call people liars when they actually do lie. No, but I think a lot of Globers call folks liars when
you just randomly call people liars just for no reason. You randomly do that.
They
do that all the time because you're kind of a scumbag.
When folks don't understand what Globers are immediately saying, a lot of times people are like, well, he's lying, and it's like, no,
Charles, please.
He's not lying.
When you say Globers like that, you're acting like you're a big unified group. You're not. You're all individuals with your own ideas of globe, like everybody.
Sure.
We
all have the same idea. We all have the same idea of
I'm
globe.
a glober.
There's only one globe.
I'm a glober.
No, you're not a glober.
What do you mean? What is he? How can you know I'm not a glober?
Because you believe all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yeah, as on the real globe.
No.
Yes, the real globe has all horizontals.
On the real globe, there are only
parallel.
2 horizontals parallel to each other, and those are antipodal. So.
What do you mean? No. You can't dictate the real globe. You're thinking of the dogmatic globe.
No, No, the actual
How
globe
long
is
are those two
dictating
horizontals
the
that are
real
parallel to each
globe.
other? How long are they?
But what I was gonna, with the point I was gonna
The
make,
two
Bev,
horizontals.
is that
Yeah,
The two
Charles,
horizontals. The two horizontals that are parallel to each other. How long are they?
the point I was trying to make to you, Bev,
On
is
the
that many
dogmatic
How
globes
long are the two horizontals that are parallel to each other?
the
Charlie, how long
globes
are
are
they?
a bunch of
The two
you know, they have like
horizontals that you just said that are parallel to each other. How long are they?
On the dogmatic globe model, Charles.
Yeah,
Tell us.
how long are they?
Don't check your surveying books. Just use your mathematical knowledge of the dogmatic globe model. Because like we say, in reality, all horizontals are parallel. And you can have them. They're a horizontal, a straight line. Horizontals don't have a length to them. A minimum or a maximum. You can establish a horizontal as long as you want in the real globe, like reality. That I'm pretty sure 99% of everybody lives in, right? The reality where we can establish a horizontal.
And dogmatic globe is begging the question. So if Charles is saying that about something about surface of the sphere or globe, he's begging the question. He never proved anything about shape of the earth. He was talking about shape of the earth, but he cannot prove that the earth is a sphere.
I just want to see if he will say if you're a flat earther or not. Like clear it up right now, right here, right now. It's a good soundbite.
Flat earther. I live on the real globe, like everybody else. I live in reality. Now, obviously, I'm not obsessed with the shape of reality. I just know that provable things in reality have to apply to the globe that I live on. Now, other people live on the globe with me, obviously. It's just a mental model. Call it your world view, if you want. There's a nice German word. I'm going to have to get that one. But you're not going to tell me that I don't, are you, Charles? You wouldn't have the nerve to tell me that I don't live in reality on the globe.
Is it safe to talk now?
Mm.
Yeah.
No,
of course you live.
So how long are those two horizontals that are parallel to each other? Since you said there are two that are parallel to each other.
And now
How long
Kevin's
are
gonna
they?
be like, notice how
Goodness
he's
gracious!
laughing like a
How
little
long?
girl.
How long are the
Right,
two parallel horizontals?
And how do you
I'll
know
go
that
back
they
on
are
mute.
parallel?
Yeah. So just tell us. You've already claimed it. There are
like to
only
check
two. How long are those two? The only two.
I think that Charles said before that only two molecules.
Yeah. So that's good.
This is invisible. That would be invisible.
And how do we check that they're
lines.
parallel?
There is no way to check.
Also antipodal too. So he's like two molecules, then nothing, and then again antipodal.
Actually, it's a 2D model, I think, that you're talking about there. So they would technically be, I don't know. How would you work that out? 2D, antipodal. I don't think it's possible. I think it's another one of those impossibilities. It seems, Charles, that tonight you've just made impossible claims. About your dogmatic model where you're countering actual proofs in reality that we're talking about.
Charles, you didn't answer the question. Mike Jones asked you about these two parallel lines.
I think he's bigoted towards Mike Jones, to be honest.
You might have him turned off or muted, like locally muted.
No, he heard me.
Yeah. He just can't answer it. It's one of those awkward questions where he's put himself in a corner. Well, he hasn't put himself there. The dogmatic model put him there.
It would show his model affliction.
Yeah, most other people would just give the model up for a bit.
Let me just read what he wrote. He said, "What's fascinating to me is I've answered the same question like 50 times. Dude comes on to interrupt and asks the same question a 51st time. Very interesting, smiley face. So, smiley face, how long are the two horizontals that you claim are parallel to each other? Smiley face. Now I'm going to go on mute and you can answer, smiley face."
No,
He won't answer, smiley face.
Charles, you didn't answer this specific question. You answered maybe another question when Beth asked you about in mathematics how long a horizontal line would be, but Mike Jones' question was about two parallel lines, specific parallel lines, and you didn't answer that question. Sorry.
And nobody else can ask it, obviously.
I just want to hear him say that you're not a flat earther too. That'd be good.
He's already said that I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, I know. I was curious if he'd do it again, or if that was just a Freudian slip type thing. Like stand affirm, let his no be no's and it's yes be yes, and let him he knows, like, yes, Bev, you are not a flat earther.
Now for Charles's disciple.
Wait, no, I only got sorry, paper. I only got a second. Technically, none of us are flat earthers. Even the ones like me that call themselves flat earthers, because it's not actually flat. Dummies.
Yeah, that was kind of the angle I was going with there. I just didn't want to, spoil the plot.
Thanks, Crit.
There's no
Because
need
what
to
they got.
There's no need to end up like in a conversation. We are talking about reality. I don't know why you don't want to have horizontal lines, Charles. It's really strange to me. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So it's obviously more than two. It's all of them. And the question that you can't answer is, how fucking long? Come on. You claim to be a geometry teacher. How small can you make a perpendicular?
And he is making this like Brenda type answer that it is local phenomenon. So horizontal line now is phenomenon. Maybe Charles, you have read some Kant, Immanuel Kant, too much, but line is not phenomenon. So sorry.
Well, it would put it within the realms of science, wouldn't it, if it were phenomenon?
Phenomenon is what's happening. It belongs to physical world. So, but this is not a thing. This is not substance. This is what is happening. And horizontal line is not happening. It is or it is not. So it is not phenomenon.
Well, this could be. He could be defending blue marble science. There is no horizontal in nature. Because if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, we can determine that all horizontals are parallel to each other and the plane of the horizon is horizontal. So therefore, the plane of the horizon being horizontal would establish a horizontal of undetermined length, right?
Yes, of course.
So parallel to that, say if you happen to get like a Fata Morgana or something, then that would be the false horizon would definitely be parallel to the horizon, wouldn't it? You wanted a representation of parallel in reality. Parallel horizontals at that.
Charles's level is curved. So it's very hard to discuss because if someone is assuming the outcome, so this is circular reasoning. So Charles, sorry. Circular reasoning cannot prove anything. If you are starting from curved level, so why you are discussing shape of the earth? Like, it's pointless. Because if you start this globe, you don't need to prove anything. In fact, you cannot prove anything if you start with this globe.
He just said there that he's measured the shape of the earth, but admits to not knowing how long a horizontal line is. So how do you measure the shape of anything without a reference of a straight line?
Yes, and you have to have unit for that. And you have to measure with unit measurements, like meters or foot or whatever, mile, straight line mile or straight line meter, whatever. That would be measurement.
But you can't put it horizontally for some reason. Charles seems to think that the rise over run wouldn't occur because you can't have a horizontal. And if you were having the rise over there in the distance, it'd be off at an angle, so it wouldn't be a right angle triangle. So the actual formula for a rise over run isn't actually possible in Charles'.
He doesn't believe run exists.
Yeah.
There is no run.
Yeah, and
Charlie, you don't believe run exists.
And the rise isn't perpendicular to it.
Yeah. Are you listening, Charlie? You don't believe run exists.
By the way, they established last time on Blue Marble Science that you can establish horizontal with water level. So only, or maybe not only at midpoint, but they definitely said that
the midpoint of the line in between the two.
Yeah. So you can establish horizontal. So you can have horizontal in reality, because water level is establishing horizontal in reality, not on piece of paper.
Always comes down to the straight line. Just 2 points. It's weird that they've left you on your own. Did they? Has Blue Marble gone live? Charles over here.
Like a second account. He's over there listening and reporting back or something.
Is he live? I hope he is. Are you listening?
Okay, also very good point. I've told you many times, Flat Earth Math is writing, that the planet Earth is very big, so I can't just show you the curve. And you, Charles, were talking about evidence. Not proofs, but evidence. So you cannot provide evidence. So this is your problem, that you cannot provide evidence. Sorry.
all horizontals appearing parallel. Well, they are parallel. It can be known to be so. I can't understand why it's a problem. It's obvious, right, that horizontals are used in reality. So I see it pointless for you to say they don't, and then to come along try and gaslight in a group of people that know for a fact that horizontals are definitely there, they are used, and they are parallel to the plane of the horizon, every one of them. I can't understand why you're going against that. That's reality. Put it on your globe. What's up with it? Why can't you put horizontals being parallel on your globe like 99% of the people who just live in reality do?
He said what I do almost every day for years and years and years, decades, is almost impossible. He said laying out a horizontal line is almost impossible, and that's ridiculous. That's literally what the instrument's made to do, by definition.
Rumpus. No, that just means that you are above the horizon, which you obviously are. I don't understand, Rumpus. It doesn't prove anything. It's just measuring an angle. And since you are above the horizon, then you're measuring a drop, right? The horizon does not rise to eye level. Never has done, cannot do, because all horizontals are parallel.
Charles is writing about his mountain of evidence.
That for all the flat earthers that listen to this stuff about the horizon rising to eye level, you know the horizon's at your feet, right? So how is it at your eye level? That's ridiculous.
They only say appearing to rise to eye level.
Yeah, but look at what Rumpus is saying. Rumpus is now saying the horizon would rise to eye level. In reality, it doesn't, Rumpus. So stop making up ridiculous things. We aren't talking about either of your models. We're just talking about reality. Now, the horizontal horizon that all horizontals are parallel to is obvious. That's reality. Put it on your globe and don't try and gaslight people. People know the truth about these things. You know you can't falsify it, so stop saying it isn't that. It's crazy. The horizon doesn't rise to eye level because we live in reality, Rumpus, and it would be impossible for a horizontal at your feet to rise up to your eyes because horizontals do not slope.
And by the way, horizon is visual thing. So it is not thing, real object. Horizon is not an object. So
just its location is just a function of how far you can see for the day, and whatever else.
Horizon is just let's say surface merging in distance into a line. That's it.
Yes, the horizon does not rise to eye level. That's a lie that's been handed out by Flat Earth Society people. So Rumpus can say that doesn't happen. Therefore, 'tis globe. But they've given you that, Rumpus. That's not reality. We're talking about reality. We're not talking about models and ridiculous things that other people say. In reality, the horizon could not rise to eye level.
It is just sitting below horizontal.
It's certainly not a geometric position either. That much for sure. I'd say the horizon.
It is geometric in the fact that it's horizontal.
Right. Well, yeah, in that aspect, but I mean, it's not curvature. It's not the demarcation
horizontal
of a refracted position where the limit of Earth curve or some crazy shit. I'd say if you
no. It is visual.
I'd say the horizon rises like with eye level, but it can never rise to eye level because the eye level is because the horizontal is always going to be, your feet's always going to be underneath you. So it'll rise with you, but it'll never rise to eye level technically.
It doesn't rise with you.
Brian, horizon does not do anything. If you are saying that it rises, it means that horizon is doing something.
Well, it's a function
horizon
of its vision, right?
Has position in your
Can
field of
I'm
view.
sorry, can I just jump in one more time, please? As you rise, your horizon extends out farther.
Yeah.
It doesn't rise any higher or lower. It extends your view.
Yeah, because
as
you are
you
changing
go higher.
angle.
Thank you.
You are changing angle. Sorry.
Do any of y'all live near? Man, I really recommend y'all like go out to the beach and shit. Like for a conversation point. Like if you go out to the beach and you look at the boats on the horizon and shit, they look like even the bottom boats they look like you're looking almost up. Like you're not, but it feels like you are when you're standing on the beach. Right there by the waves and shit.
But you're not.
You know that the boat's under your feet, right? But you're just looking right out at it, man. It's a strange thing, man, when you're first learning about perspective and stuff. But yeah, as you go higher, the horizon gets further out, and the angle gets steeper and steeper. But it's always going to be underneath. Yeah, I agree. If you're measuring it especially with precise instrumentation, it's always good.
You can't measure it. With
you can't measure an angle?
You can't. You just said it's an optical thing.
Well, yeah, I can. It might change, but I can certainly measure it. I don't.
You don't measure it, do you?
No, I really don't measure it, but I feel like I could if I wanted to.
It is connected with our resolution. So if you are going up and you are changing elevation, and you are going higher and higher, you are changing angle to that place where this convergence is, and things that were converging in that distance, they are no longer converging because the angle is bigger. So the horizon is moving, let's say, as you go higher and higher, horizon is moving further away because you are making this angle wider and wider in this position. So your horizon is moving farther away, not higher.
Agreed. And then when I first learned about perspective, like the first time I got on an airplane, it was like a trip because I could see the horizon out of both windows. Like sitting in an aisle seat, I could look one way, see the horizon, look the other way and see the horizon. And it's like that. It was but I was told that it rises to eye level, and that is absolutely incorrect. I mean, you're talking minuscule shit, on a clear day, but still.
You're talking quite a bit, Brian. It just doesn't rise, and it being an optical effect anyway, the only thing that can be said about it is it's horizontal.
Yeah, and this is this line. So this line is straight line and is in horizontal position, and we know that this horizon is in horizontal position, this line of horizon, because we can plume bob just in front of our eyes, and we can compare plume bob with horizon, and we can see that they are perpendicular. Very simple thing.
Agreed. And in respect with atmospheric effects, the more you go out and do photography, the more you go out just observing horizons and whatnot, you realize the atmosphere is a whole beast of its own. You know, I'm still trying to figure it out. There's different things going on. They try and say temperature this, temperature that. I see
the one thing that happens though, Bri, within all of that, the horizon always stays horizontal, so there is a constant, right? No matter how much of a beast you want to imagine.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that? Because I lost you for a second.
Said the one thing with all of that, however much a beast the air is, right? The horizon is always horizontal, isn't it? The plane of the horizon always stays horizontal, no matter how hot or cold or whatever it is.
That's a good point. Yeah, that holds true.
So refraction or whatever doesn't really come into it at all. What Rumpus is saying,
good point.
Rumpus is saying the dip angle, the angle using the one angle, can tell you it's a sphere. Oh, it disproves planar Earth, right? Obviously, because the Earth isn't a plane either.
It disproves spherical Earth or planar.
Well, he says it proves, gives you the radius.
Yeah, well,
you can get a radius from an angle.
All the people who never have measured dip angles, they all say this shit, but you know.
The problem with Rumpus is that our line of sight is straight. So how can you have radius from straight line? This is just begging the question.
This is the big trick, the big Alberuni trick. Because what you need as the setup is that the horizon rises to eye level. That's what you need for your setup, because then you can measure an angle with a drop. And then because you've measured that angle, you can then do a trickery bit of mathematics where you use similar angles, and you can internalize that angle as though it's a drop from horizontal, like a repositioning of the horizontal, a rumpus pole from an angle. So the statement you can do fuck all with an angle is specifically stated for this particular reason. Everybody's been saying whatever they want about it, but it is a big massive trick. We call it the Alberuni angle trick.
I can measure an angle.
Yes, you can measure angle. Yes.
I'm just joking, man. No, if I was out at sea, I could measure an angle and save my life. He's talking about, quick, throw me an angle. I'm drowning. I'm going down. Quick, throw me an angle. That was so funny, man, when I heard that. Oh my God.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good night. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Piper.
Good night, man.
Have fun.
Hi, Paper. Bet you I missed them.
We're just on about the fundamentals of reality. Nobody's fighting for any model. We're just trying to come to, on the level, be honest about this sort of stuff, to what we think goes on in reality. I'll be honest. I can prove that level is horizontal. I can prove that a straight line lies within a plane. In reality, I can take mathematical proofs from the basics of geometry and show how they apply to reality.
And once again, that does not have anything to do with the ground. level, horizontal being level, and the fact you can extend it indefinitely with the ground and what it's doing. That's, I think they fail to understand that. I think Rumpus really fails to understand the fact that they always talk about the ground and what it's doing when we're talking about establishing horizontal frames of reference using different tools. They're always talking about the ground and what it's doing. The ground ain't got shit to do with the horizontal laying it out. When you're doing it anyway, you can apply the ground to it, but that's the reference. That's how we determine elevations. It's from that horizontal.
Measured vertical change. It's on the vertical datum. It's measured vertical change. Elevation change. Measured on the vertical. There's no other way to measure a vertical change and it not be a elevation change.
Exactly. When you say establishing a horizontal frame of reference, all Rumpus thinks about is the ground. That's all he thinks about. He doesn't think about the reality and what you can do with it and how far you can extend it. He just thinks about the ground. Ridiculous.
Oh, we got Netcross in there. Is he in the chat? Yeah. An angle measuring device. Everyone will tell you, you need 2 straight lines to measure an angle. That doesn't stop it being a globe, right? You do realize everybody lives on the globe, the mind model that you want to perceive reality to be. Some people put a shape on it. They like the shape idea. It's just reality to everybody else.
Yeah, but you got people like Jesse out telling you that you can measure. I couldn't believe he said that. That was a good video.
They only pretend that they talk to him. I mean, in reality, they don't really.
I watched that whole 4-hour video, man, and I almost watched it twice. I watched it again, like half of it. It was a very good one. But
too much in it, isn't there?
He's told you 1,000 times, but he finally said you can measure the drop in level. He literally claimed that you can measure level dropping in the distance. You can measure the change, the elevation change. I can't believe he even said that.
He said you could measure a rumpus pole, right? You can convert a rumpus pole into a measuring device. But the moment you do that, you've got an elevation change. That's why I don't believe he's a surveyor. He just said some stupid shit that nobody should have said. No surveyor would have said. No wonder he had to disappear.
Blue said it one time, but Mulligan, and he's like, oh, wait a minute. No. Blue, he's not even claimed to be the surveyor. But Jesse stuck with it. Jesse claimed it boldly and rode off in the sunset with it.
Netcross, you're still in there. We measure an elevation change with a vertical. On the vertical datum. Not by angles. We just measure. We literally measure an elevation change on the vertical. That's why half of this stuff was said you can do fuck all with an angle, because what Ruhif and Ranty and people like that wanted to do, they want to put rulers on pictures and then imagine there's an angle. Right, so that ruler becomes the other bit of the angle. It's the closing part of a triangle. It's the part that they don't actually have within an angle, but they like to imagine they do. They like to close the triangle, which you can't. That's why we say you can do fuck all with an angle. And that's why most people have a problem with it, Because they do imagine you can have an entire triangle that comes with an angle. You don't. And there's no book that can close a triangle from an angle. No magic book. Magic book doesn't exist. I think he's a Nathan Oakley representative. Come and fighting for the sextant. Sextants just measure angles. You measure elevation changes on the vertical datum. It's a vertical measurement. You can show us a picture of a sextant. We know sextants just measure angles. It's one of the basic fundamentals. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. I.e., you can do fuck all with an angle. It's sort of based on an axiomatic rule, as well as being a warning to people not to get associated with an angle. Strange things happen. People can be proper tricked. One of the biggest magic tricks ever performed was with an angle.
Not enough information to do things. You're right.
The old Alberuni, as we call it.
How many monitors did Blue go through before he started putting oven mitts on?
On his donkey?
On his gloves. Like, if you hear his video, sometimes he'll be like, make sure you put those oven mitts on so you don't smash your monitor.
He probably started punching Doris, bought the oven mitts, man.
No, I imagine Blue to be a big softy. Does he not sound like a...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he punches inanimate objects, because they know they can't. The inanimate object can't punch back. Or maybe small children and puppies and stuff.
That at all. I don't see Blue as a angry sort of guy. He's not like Fight the Flat Earth, is he? You know, he's not
No,
like a
hell no.
grab your neighbor and smash his head off the concrete type person.
Brian, it's a sphere. Brian, it's just. I've told you over and over, it's a sphere. God damn it. Yeah, he ain't too bad, man. We've went back and forth. He catches attitude every now and then, just like everybody else. Pretty calm and cool, collective, most of the time. Full of shit, but he's all right.
Has anyone come up with anything you can do with just an angle? I heard Nathan Oakley said.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Bev, I got it. You can measure it.
Yeah, we've got a running book of. Well, you can name it, right?
You could name it, label it. You could color it. Was that Rumpus?
You can measure it. Don't know what else. It's not a massive list, but I mean, if anybody else can think of anything you can do with just an angle.
To do anything with in
You could
navigation
worship it.
or mathematics, you need more information. I think Buster's song, I like that song actually, but that's safe to say. That song remains valid.
Why is
Songs
everybody
you
so
put together,
obsessed about
classic.
the Earth? Is it just this arena that everybody's like obsessed with the Earth? Wanting to capitalize it like it's some sort of a god?
When I found out that that nobody can prove, that they, in my mind, that nobody can honestly say what the whole world is. And when I found that out, it was pretty shocking, man. It took a while to register. And yes, I was still am. But to me, it's more important than everything. I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I meant as far as conversation goes. Like, this is the first thing I want to establish at this point in my life. And so that's what it's a fun discussion. It's vast.
It goes right to the heart of what you know and what you believe.
The true philosophy, isn't it? Metaphysics.
Yeah.
I
They
always
can't
like
prove
the
that.
divided line for that sort of reason.
I've learned a lot watching your channel, bro. But when I found out, when I found out that, in my opinion, they can't prove what they've been claiming, what I grew up believing, I'm like, what else can they not prove? What else, just opened up the floodgates to a whole new reality. For me, anyway.
I think nowadays there's a load of people who are just lost. People have no proof. And not even relating it to religion. Like, you can have faith, but most people don't even have faith. Well, not like a focused faith that they understand. Right? There's a misguided faith that they can't explain. I think within all of us.
I mean, that works normally if the worldview isn't logically contradictory. But what they'll say they'll have faith in NASA and then also claim atheism or claim some sort of weird skepticism where it's not adding up to a logically consistent worldview because they're already spiraling about two things that they disagree with. Like, say, government or executive overreach, a federal government that identifies a creator in its founding documents. So when they try to square that away, instead of analyzing their worldview, they look for a not that thing. Well, NASA could be lying, but flat earthers lie more, or something along those lines.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't want to say what other people think or wherever they're going with it.
Well, they wrote articles in The Guardian describing exactly what they were going to do and why. So that's the only part that I'm looking at here, that they kind of gave the plot. They dropped the plot. in 2016, there's 2 hit pieces that basically called the online cultism of flat Earth and other things.
I swear, to me, the action in this arena is crazy. Not so much as on this channel, but the people who speak about this channel, like over at Blues, that they'll say like, you know, a lot of them. Well, I'm not gonna say all of them, but they'll say it's pointless in trying to teach them anything or show them to try and prove anything. Like they're never gonna listen. Like I heard Charles saying that in an older video yesterday, saying. It's like they have faith that they won't listen. It's like no matter what you tell them, it's like they don't even hear it. They'll never change their mind. And I'm thinking, bro, like most of us have changed our entire worldview. Some of us more than once. And they're just projecting, like literally projecting on us. And it's just crazy,
Nothing
man.
changes though.
Nothing new under the sun.
The reality stays the same.
Yeah, it's all in my head, you know. Heads, but it's definitely like
It's all in
I felt like
everybody's head. It's not just you. Everybody
When you
has the
break-
same idea of what
Sure.
they think reality is. Right? It's in
That's
their
right.
own heads.
Best way I could describe it is like the Jeopardy board when they start a new round. It's like.
Well,
I'll take what
think
the hell
about
is
it this
place
way,
for
right?
$200?
You've got Charles in the chat, right, saying that level can't be horizontal, but it is. So why can't you just put that on your globe and say that, look, my globe has level being horizontal? Why is it so hard?
Well, for me, I was so mad at myself for not noticing sooner because of what I do and what I've done for decades. I was very upset with myself for it not even recognizing the possibility of level being horizontal. And to me, man, that hurt my own heart, man. So yeah, reality didn't change, but my whole state of mind changed, and it opened up my minds to obvious bullshit that was going on around me, like literally obvious. And I did notice some of that, but it opened up my mind, and I don't think everything's bullshit and everything's a lie, but there is a lot going on, you know, that was pretty obvious that I didn't notice, and so I had to get over that, and I'm no longer angry with myself.
You need to get angry with yourself or anyone. I noticed there's a lot of hate and stuff going round.
Yeah, I don't hate.
I don't.
Marching ever closer to extinction level event.
Yeah.
It's kind of all over but the crying.
I was watching a video with Matthew Learns, but obviously he's been over to Nathan Oakley, and we heard a bit of that the other day. I don't know why I switched it on. And then I want to watch Matthew Learns's video, and he clipped bits where Nathan Oakley literally says he hates him. He like despises him.
Yeah, he said he hates him. He should be fired, whatever, and he hates him.
You shouldn't ever have hatred for people like that.
Dog, that man's got demons, bro. He's
Yeah.
got some issues. He said that to a few people, bro.
I know.
He's hateful, bro. He's obviously a hateful person.
And that can't be good for communication. You know, like it's not good for anybody to be able to talk to anybody for that reason, right? So because, I mean, he is obviously a flat earther, right? And for that reason, I don't know, is that flat earth society? Right? Do they do they want to promote that? So when people see the flat Earth, they see Nathan Oakley. Is that what they want to promote?
I'll say this,
the
man.
face of it.
When he says flat Earth debates, like the last few years, like they have done such a good job at shutting down the conversation. So when they start questioning, when somebody like Matthew joins or any unsuspecting victim, even flat earthers, when they join, they will cut the conversation off at the toes if they could, or at the feet if you're pretty good at trying to get a point across, maybe at the knees. But the first chance that they get, they cut the conversation off, and Nathan holds it there, and he sets himself up for this anger because he holds the conversation there and he has to repeat it. Instead of hearing what they have to say, he'll repeat the same thing over and over and over and over, literally for the rest of the show. So when I watch the show and there's somebody joins, I just hope that they can make it a few sentences in to see how far they could get before he shuts down the conversation. But it'd make anybody angry if you're repeating something over and over and not interested in what they have to say.
What this arena does is it takes words and it helps people change the meanings of things. So what they've helped do is they've changed the meaning of debate. So if you put flat earth in front of it, obviously means not that, right? It's the flat earth debate is not a debate because there are no arguments. Really. So the idea of Nathan Oakley doing, bunny ears, frantic bunny ears, flat earth debate is what he does is it gives credibility to a non-argument, and it allows people to imagine there's actually some sort of a debate that goes on. Whereas in reality, there's no arguments. And there's no arguments because they don't have any proof. You need an argument to formulate a proof. If you don't have any proofs, then you obviously don't have any arguments.
He's already got all the wisdom, right?
You don't
all
have an argument. How can you have a debate?
He's got all the wisdom. There's apparently nothing else for him to learn, so he don't have to hear anybody else's points. He could shut it down. And
no, I'm not saying that, Brian. Listen,
I know
there is no debate. So really, anybody that sets up a thing to allow people to think there is a debate, who are they working for?
I said he needs to change the name of his channel or either go back. Dude, I used to love his channel, dude. It was growing. It was great, bro. Now he's just comfortable. I can't see how he's comfortable with his position. Like, I don't know, man. Just shutting it down.
No debate.
No respect for anybody with a different point of view. No matter what walk of life you are, no matter what your earth is, if you don't agree with them and their ultimate wisdom, then they don't respect you even a fucking little bit. And some of us, he'll flat out say with a monster voice that he hates us.
That's up to him, right? That's obviously there is a part of this that sells, right? And he obviously plays that character. The bit that I was listening to today was he was telling Nathan how much telling Matthew how much he hated him, and the fact that how he was an actor and he'd outsmarted Matthew, the teacher.
Bev, remember, was there a time that you enjoyed his show? I really, really enjoyed his show back in the days, man. When he'd let other people, say their points of views, and now he just tells them to shut up and sit back, and it's just like monotonous, man. But I used to really, really love his channel, and I don't hate Nathan. Shit, man, I just wish he would, loosen up a little bit and let the panel in a little more and hear the people who you obviously don't agree with. Let's hear some more of their horse shit. We might learn something, probably not, but that's how we learned to begin with. Nobody's got all the knowledge.
The guy in the chat saying everybody who follows me is a flat earther. We're not. We're not, literally not flat earthers here. I'll talk to anyone. It doesn't really matter whatever you imagine you want to think about anything. I don't give a shit about models. So if anybody can be whatever model they want to think they've got. But if anybody does come in here, they'll probably have to answer a few questions. Like, how do you deal with contradictions?
Yeah,
but that's
but
got
you will
nothing
get,
to do with the model.
You will get a chance to respond in full. Oh yeah, real quick before we change the subject, I forgot. With an exception, like Brian's logic, he'll debate. It's been a minute, but I've seen him in quite a few debates. And Elijah, I've seen him in multiple debates on multiple platforms. So there are some actual debaters on that show, but they just never hardly get to talk when other people join.
They're not debates, Brian. That's what
Not
I'm
by your
saying.
standards.
These people have changed the word debate to mean not debate. And now you imagine that not debate is actually a debate. And you can tell people you debate when you don't.
I mean, not your idea of debate. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. These people have changed it.
But I like the I enjoy watching you debate, and I understand what you mean by arguments. You go by you bring everything down to it's grassroots, man. I can appreciate that. I don't abide by that, but I'm certainly a fan of it, or I wouldn't be here. But a lot of us have other ideas of debating and stuff, man. And I agree that FE debates, man. If they ever, I feel like they were at one time a debate channel, not by a strict definition of arguments, but now, yeah, they need to tighten up or change their name. This though, over there, if you're gonna shut it down and not hear anybody out where nobody joins, and even other people who view the earth like you do and have different ideas about it though, and you shut them down even, what do you do now? What is there? How do you move forward when like some drama is good, it doesn't have to be like always arguing, always rumpus drama type, but it's like, dude, it's nothing. It's just the same shit day in, day out. If you're not going to hear anybody out, then what's
But nothing new under the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm more into what happens next myself. This is obviously you can't go on fooling people and then getting angry at people and then telling people you hate them. I mean, how long is it going to be before people don't want to come on your show?
And to tell them to stop donating to people and from people just because he doesn't agree with something fundamental. It could be fundamental, and if he don't agree with it, then the longer you talk to him, the more he'll hate you. Or
well, I don't know.
whatever.
He's done a special on us. I haven't heard it yet. It's a members only thing. I don't know when he's going to be releasing it, but I can imagine. I don't know. I don't know why he's gone again. Decided to have a chat about us, but I'm waiting to listen to it. Hopefully, it should be out this weekend, soon. I don't know. Seems to be a lot of people talking about us. I don't know why.
Why doesn't he come here and talk?
Don't know.
You can go anywhere and talk.
I remember the thing he had with Charles. It was, Nathan Oakley's been doing whatever he does for years, and then at Christmas time, like we're New Year's Day, Nathan Oakley's like he's not even on his own channel. He's out somewhere else talking, and he's debating Charles flat math. You think, oh, this is going to be good, right? Nathan Oakley, he's one of the best, right? He knows all of the arguments. He's had everybody come round to present all of that stuff to him. He's going to know everything. And what does he do? He spends a fucking hour going, give me R, and then counting it. Counting the amount of times. It was one of the worst showings you've ever heard.
That's what I was saying. I was like these arguments they have where they cut it off at the knees, that will work if you have a mute button or you have, but that doesn't work. Like I can't debate. Like when I went on Modern Day Debate against Ruhiff and Bacon about celestial navigation, if I would have just kept repeating over and over that you can't measure an angle without a flat Earth. I mean, to subtract from 90, what would that be? I'd look like a fool. I can't just keep repeating that. They instantly say, they instantly weasel away around that. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot more to be discussed about it to get to the bottom of it and stuff. And yeah, that was a bad method. Just asking for R proof and getting stuck there.
That's why the flat earth debate sounds so fucking ridiculous. Because if people were to come into it with an argument that you presented, obviously with a conclusion that you could take the person through the argument, they wouldn't end up with that give me something that you can't give me.
Yeah, like the last before Matthew. Like I like it when people join. That's when I enjoy watching his shows. But I just hope they last a little longer. Like before Matthew, it was another guy a couple weeks back, and he joined and he said, and he when Graf talked about, he said, why does everything tend to go down? And I was like, oh man. He just asked the wrong question. Like, God, he could have extended it 2 or 3 more sentences if he'd have said, like, why do dense objects go down, But he asked the wrong thing. And the whole rest of the show, the guy asked one question, why do things go down? And the whole rest of the show is all things don't go down. And like I said,
down, Brian.
Things go down. We could have listened to like at least
why things go down.
What?
Why things go down?
What do you mean?
I'm asking Brian. Why things go down, Brian?
All things don't go down, man. Right? That's why I said, the guy never, the guy I think almost conceded like half an hour into the show or something, but then he got right back stubborn again, and but it never went past that first question the guy asked, and I was wishing the guy. To me, this is an interesting topic, man. And,
why when you jump and you go down quickly?
I don't know, man. This weekend, we're supposed to have a discussion about it, man. I had people bringing all their arguments, and the funny thing is, the Globe didn't have an argument. Like the only qualifications was to be able to define the cause and be able to demonstrate the cause. And I got 3 entries into the discussion, and the Globe couldn't even. the Globe, I forgot who it was, trying to qualify for to get in the discussion this weekend at Dell's, and the Globe didn't even qualify. It's hilarious.
Would you say that the cause is G, the big G?
Well, that's what's in contention, you know. Yeah, you could say space-time, but you know, you can't demonstrate that. Like I could demonstrate relative density, I could demonstrate motion causing it, I could demonstrate electrostatics, you know. So there's a few arguments. There's an argument to be had, and that's what I like.
Go on then. Name the argument. Make the
Yeah,
argument.
show us your best argument. Relative density. Go ahead.
Don't lead him. There's an argument to be had. What's the argument, Ryan?
What was that?
You said there's an argument to be had. What's the argument?
Well, like I said, there's a relative density, equilibrium, there's a static, and there is motion. Them are the three things that we could demonstrate.
That's three possibilities, right? What's the argument?
It could be a little bit all three of them, man.
What's the argument, though?
I would say, well, by your definition, bro, there is no argument.
Okay.
You
Well,
know,
please don't state that there's an argument to be had if you can't make an argument, because that
fair enough.
Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? You end up giving people arguments that aren't arguments, and it goes along with the fact that you're fooling people that there's a debate if you think that there's an argument.
You, Brian, you've been completely wrong.
Wouldn't be the first time, buddy.
And what he was wrong about.
But what would I call it, man? If I do want to get this accurate, like, what do I call the discussion? I mean, of course, I could call it a discussion, but like as far as bringing the three, yeah. But still, there is some level of competition, you know, of people bringing their own ideas and with demonstrations, and so it's got to be a word better than discussion. Something.
Can I tell you what I heard?
Yeah.
Go on, I see.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're back.
Well, what I heard about this argument was I heard somebody saying that there's upward acceleration, linear acceleration, and that is the cause of gravity. Now, maybe I heard wrong, but I think that's what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the entries, because that is definitely demonstrable as far as why do dense objects go down, if that's your question, or why do things have weight, or what gives things weight. So I can give things weight by motion, you know. So, you know, that qualifies one of them, and we'll, you know, check out all the demonstrations and anything you can reverse it. In my opinion, anything you could demonstrate is worth a look. You know, there's some good arguments to be not arguments. There's some good points to be had for each one, and I think it's.
How would you demonstrate upward acceleration and not something falling? How would you demonstrate that?
Acceleration, any direction.
No, not any.
Direction.
Not any.
What do you mean direction? What do you mean by upward acceleration, Brian?
Well, if I can show weight by accelerating sideways and at any angle, period, even down, I can reverse weight, then it's worth a discussion. You know, it's worth a deeper dive into discussion if I can demonstrate it. So
you can reverse weight?
Yeah. Like, let's say you put a scale under your feet, okay? For the sake of argument, let's put it behind our back, okay? And we're sitting in a seat, and you take off. You're gonna weigh, and let's say you're holding a density tower, Like literally, you're gonna create a vector, an up and down vector, a denser, less denser vector in the direction you accelerate. So, dude, it's hard for me. Here's what's hard for me though. Dude, I've been fighting against the Earth moving, so I can't just jump right on board with like we're accelerating. But still, it's an interesting point, and it is demonstrable. It's worth looking into and
How is
hearing
it
it out.
demonstrable, Brian? When I drop something, I see it going down.
Well, that's the question.
How
Why?
is it demonstrable that the Earth is coming up?
And again, you let's see. When you drop objects, why would you even drop objects, right? Just why
You're
would you sort
calling
of
it
do
a
that?
drop. You're
What do you
calling
mean?
it a drop.
Why would you even drop it?
We're saying it's like somebody's got it wrong. Is that what's going on? Because I don't know. I'm struggling to understand. I've been listening to a fair bit of this, and I still don't. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's something, dude. To be honest, man, I don't think you're going to be able to 100% prove anything. I mean, of why. But no, but
Okay, let's simplify it. Let's simplify it. I'm sitting in a chair right now, right? Now, next to the chair, there's a remote control on a table, right? Now, I'm grabbing it now. Now it's in my hand, right? Now, down is the floor. Now, if I let go of my arm right now, what's going to happen to the remote control?
that's the qualification. Is whatever happens to it, why does it happen?
No, I'm asking you, what happens in that scenario that I just described for everybody? What happens?
If you pick up the remote and you drop it,
I didn't. Well, I did pick it up, but it was right where my hand is at the same level on a table, on the side table.
I'm not
So I
trying to
just
get shot it down at the ankles, man. I'm trying to be like open-minded. Look, but I never got to say this. I don't think you heard this. The question is that's on the table. Okay, I can shut any one of these down at the ankles, but the question is what causes the vectors? What causes the vectors, or what?
Why are you
causes
changing the
what
subject?
causes
Why did you not answer my
That's
simple question,
no,
Brian?
I did it. If you drop it, it goes down, bro. I've
Okay.
argued this 1,000 times, bro. Look at my channel. I've argued for a few things, and it's an interesting discussion. I could shut any one of these arguments off at the ankles, but I never mentioned the question to you. The question is what causes the up-down vector, or why do denser objects go down? That's the question. Why is there a vector at all? And even demonstrate.
Well, what's vector? Things that are heavier than the air go down. But things that are just sitting there, they're not doing anything. They're not going up. They ain't going down. Unless it's air or helium. It's just sitting there. It ain't doing nothing. It ain't going nowhere.
Obviously, everybody agrees with that. I mean, flat earthers do, or they should. But the question is why?
What do you mean why? What do you mean why? Why what? Why what? Why do things just sit there?
No, why do things just sit there? Why do heavy objects go down?
Why?
You just said that. You just said that.
Things are the way they are. Brian, you understand that things are the way they are. Why you are sticking to the ground? Why you just why can't you fly?
You're sticking to the ground because the earth is negatively charged and you are positively charged. Anything is electrostatic. Anything above the earth is positively charged, and the earth itself and it is measurable.
Yeah, and
We've got it's measurable.
Because
when you rub a balloon,
when you rub a balloon,
listen.
We've got another genius there.
When you rub a balloon on your clothes, listen. When you rub a balloon on your clothes and you put it on the wall, it will stick. on the wall, because the balloon, you will charge the balloon with the negative charge when you rub it. The balloon will be negatively charged, and it will stick to anything that is positively charged. It's like on the earth. But when the balloon touches
not
the
how it
ground,
works in
the
reality, though,
charge
is it?
will go. The charge, the
Don't ever
negative
get
charge
stuck to
will fly.
walls.
I'm not here to
It's
say you're wrong. I'm not here to say SE's wrong. I'm not here to say Dell's wrong. I'm saying this is a good discussion. Everybody open up their minds to, and instead of being so certain. And I mean, I've got my favorites, but I think they all three have a valid say in the discussion.
What's
and
the argument?
I'm sure it's a fun discussion, though.
When you buy a packet of cigarettes, try to open the plastic very fast and try to stick it on you because you are positive, or stick it on the wall. It will stick.
Yes,
Stick
we
it on the
all know about statics,
because
electricity.
do you know why? Do you know why it behaves like that? Do you know why it doesn't fall? It will stick on your hand. You flip your hand upside down, it will not fall. It will stick on your hand. There is no glue in there. It was just the same plastic that was on the package, but it was negatively charged, and the negative charge will stick its natural behavior. It will try to stick to any positive charge near it. Because you are positively charged, it will stick to you. Because the wall is positively charged, it will stick to the wall. Anything.
Yeah, but you can't stick to the wall.
It will.
No, you can't stick to the wall, mate.
I can stick to the wall, but I
Oh,
will die.
God. Could you stick to the side of a ball?
If I try to charge myself,
could you stick yourself to the side of a ball?
If I try to charge
you
myself,
could balance it out. You could get blue marble on the other side of it.
But if he tries to charge to charge himself, he can stick to the side
I
of
will
the.
stick to
Don't
the
try
wall,
it.
but
You'll probably end up
but
dying.
I will
Please
die
don't
before
try
that
it.
because the negative charge that I need to stick to the wall, I need so much negative charge, and it will kills me. So when you touch negative charge and you are above the ground, where you are in up in the chair, your hair will fly because
It's
your
getting
hair
late,
will.
but I mean, this is
Your hair
fantastic.
will take the negative charge. And
Hello, guys. How's it going?
All right, Gadget.
Just a question. Does a negative charge push or does it pull?
Oh, don't start that. We
I
haven't
know, I
even
just-
started with electric. I mean, I don't know why
Negative
anybody would
charge.
want to
Why
imagine they can talk about electrics.
It's free for all Friday,
I
you know,
know.
you can talk about it here, you know.
Ramblings.
And a big shout out to the guys in the YouTube chat, you know. We have a great Zilla, all the guys, you know, you got Mike in there. We got
some new guys.
Pascal. Yeah, a few new guys. I wasn't moderating
Later,
tonight, but
Titan.
yeah, we got a few new guys in. Yeah. Hello, everybody. We got Monster. Who's Monster among us?
Hello, guy. The guy, he's you know, he obviously is providing explanation for why we are stick to the ground.
Bonsoir. Hey, you missed the French guy here
Who's
after
doing the
this
wall?
afternoon.
Why balloons stick to the wall? Or why cigarette packets, when you open them quickly, they stick to your hand?
If you try
Hey,
to,
Bev, where did the French guy go today? Did he come back in or what?
No.
No?
No, he's in Korea. He might be getting up soon, though. Who knows?
Yeah? He's in Korea. Seriously. So did any of the big boys come in here tonight, no?
Charles is in here.
Was Charles here?
You call him a big boy?
Yeah, the big boys, you know, blue marble
We
flying.
don't know about Necros as well. We don't know how big he is. He's telling us about electric, static.
electrostatic.
So he would be a member of the Church of the Latter Saints, would he?
It's
Well,
called
that name means
incoherent.
his name means death. His name means death, dead.
It's called the
I
incoherent
think this guy.
electrostatic downward
Do
vector.
do you believe that mass can attract mass?
Yeah, I've never even heard of Witsit yet, so I don't know. I've never.
Mass. Every mass is electrostatic.
The double hump. Jesus Christ. Hey, today, just for the audience, who's talking here? I'm talking now. I came into, hey guys, you have to come into the Discord during the afternoon and in here because you get some crazy dumb shits in here. We had what was his name? Nico, was it? I think his name is Nico, a French guy.
Don't be saying that about the people that come in here. They're our
No, but
friends
just saying.
that we talk to.
Yeah, they're friends, but I just say no, it's great because you don't have to get it live. Bev, we're waiting on people to come in here on the live show, but we get them in the Discord in the afternoon. But there was a guy, SE was here, Bev was here, and I was here, and a few other guys, and we're listening to the guy explaining us, what was it? The double hump? No, the double drop hump? What was it?
Oh, Charles has had a go. We've all had to go with that just recently.
Yeah. No,
It's a
good
very popular ride and the amusement
Yeah,
park.
but it's good to hear it live, isn't it? When they speak live, Bev goes over, he does videos, he goes over live on that. But, he does the videos, but it's great. It's great to see them live when you talk about that shit.
Actually being there, being part of it.
Yeah. And apparently, what was his name? Nico or Miko?
Nico.
This French guy, he knows
regular.
Exactly. Yeah, he knows exactly what's happening in Bedford level. So what did he say to you? He's going to explain to you what's going to happen when you go out to Bedford level.
We've recorded loads of stuff with him. He's been round a lot.
Okay. Oh, so he's not a newbie?
No.
Well, he's a newbie to me.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. He'll be a newbie to a lot of people, right? We don't want to, but we talk to a lot of people, and everyone seems to be an individual. It's not very often you get them together. When I think they should get together more often, a bit like we do. You get, like during the daytime, we get to come together and understand certain things. Well, that's what we do. We talk with the people that come round here. So he's been telling us a lot about how the mathematics works on the dogmatic globe model.
It's good. So it's good. We're getting people in to talk to us, like.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we always have. People have always come in and had a chat.
I'm going to put the link up in the YouTube chat again. Anybody wants to come in, talk about shit. Just tonight, isn't it? Free for all Friday. It's kind of late tonight, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, we have gone late again.
How did the night go?
It's all right.
Yeah.
Charles got upset about how to. I think we were localizing horizontals that Charles got stumped. And then he said there was two parallels, and he got asked how long they were.
That's a problem for them, isn't it? Local horizontals.
Pretty big problem, yeah.
Oh, he came in. Was he in chat or was he in voice chat?
Didn't he say he's in here?
Matt, yeah, okay. Matt, the mathematicians, remember this afternoon we were talking?
Yeah.
Or Matt, it's not Matt the flat earth guy.
Yeah. Charles.
Oh, it's Charles. But what about that other guy, the Matthew or whatever, the big
Oh, Matthew
YouTuber?
Learns, he didn't come round. No, we were.
No, he didn't
We
come
were
round.
just
No.
yeah. We were going over his video.
Yeah.
I think I'm hoping he's going to do another one from the bit where he went round to see Nathan again.
Yeah,
Last
please
time
God.
Nathan was doing that.
He'll come in. Okay. Okay. So anyway, I'm just gonna knock off now. So listen, everybody. I hope everybody has a great weekend. See you all on Monday.
Yeah.
Thank you, mate.
And you know, guys, if you love this channel, join the Discord. You know, there's a lot of shit going on in Discord. It's like a live stream every day. Okay. Hey, bye bye. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bon soirée. Bon weekend.
Bye. Bye.
We'll see you later, man.
See you. Yeah.
And can everybody just chill out on Charles? He's a mathematician. The fact that he's lost a horizontal, I think he's like. Would it be safe to say that by your definition of horizontal, Charles, it lies within the vertical somewhere? Very rarely extends beyond the vertical, like the width of the vertical. If you were to physicalize the width of a vertical, would it be about the width of a horizontal?
I'm sorry. Could you say that question again?
I said if you were to physicalize a vertical, would it be safe to say that the horizontal lies within it, never extending beyond the width of the vertical?
Yeah, it's just an academic exercise. You know, the thing is, I'm not really interested
in an
in
academic exercise, like something that you do at school or college or university or something.
Meaning where, you know, if the goal of the conversation is to be as pedantic as possible, then I don't think there's any satisfaction in that, because, you know, a pedantic argument is just ridiculous. Like it doesn't help anybody. It's just, I mean, it's where it's like you're going to split hairs.
Argument academic.
So you know, we've said repeatedly that locally horizontal is practically the same as level. So level is, you know, basically horizontal. Okay. For the site of a, you know, a building construction, whatever. But I'm not really interested in exploring the depths
horizontal
of
isn't
pedantic.
horizontal, is it? Like
on the side of a building, the site of a building, you know, construction site, they're interchangeable. Let's say
practically identical.
They are practically identical. Notice I did not say they are identical, because that's where we get into pedantics.
Practical is for practical use. In reality, identical.
Absolutely. For practical use in reality, yes, you cannot tell the two apart between level and horizontal on a building site. Okay, no argument there. So splitting hairs as to whether, you know, whether horizontal is the size of two molecules.
There's no splitting hairs to
identical.
Okay, so
practical. Oh, I'm not going to say it is identical. I'm just going to say
identical. We just
practically.
said it.
Okay, practically identical. Sure.
Yes, meaning when used in reality, practically, they are identical.
They're interchangeable. Okay, yeah,
they are identical. They are the same thing.
Are practically the same thing. I'm just going to put that word in there every single time. I'm not going to take the word out. I'm not going to take the word practically out.
Yeah, I think you've got a different meaning of practical.
They're practically identical.
mean, for practical use, a level determines a horizontal. They are identical.
Are practically identical. I agree. Yeah, so I think we're in agreement. You know, really time and time again throughout this whole conversation, you know, I've been going back and forth in chat with Paige. It's all about scale. It's not recognizing the scale of the planet Earth.
Of a straight line.
Practice, right? It's so in practice, Euclidean geometry is valid.
Of course, it's valid. It's Euclidean geometry is always valid.
So
Right?
horizontal line
Euclidean geometry is never not valid. All right. That's name one place where anyone has said Euclidean geometry is not valid. Euclidean geometry is always valid.
Was it?
Okay?
Didn't the other day on the video you said there's problems with it?
No, and that was if you listen to the entire context of what I was saying with the problem, it was the problem. Was the problem with people's interpretation of that? I guess it was that postulate. It was postulate 29. I was saying the problem with postulate 29, and I wasn't meaning that
proposition 29.
Right. I want to be really clear. I want to be really clear. I wasn't saying there's a problem with postulate 29. No, proposition 29 is flawless. Okay.
Well, I thought I remember you saying there was problems with the words or something.
And you said it's the wrong geometry.
No, can I finish my thought? Because I was partly through my thought. Okay. So when I said, and it was a couple of days ago, when I said, oh, the problem with proposition 29, what I meant was there is an executive summary which uses language that could be misinterpreted, and then it's immediately followed by a really clear, crystal clear diagram and a walking through of the diagram. All right. So the problem is when people just look at the executive summary and then may misinterpret some of the words that Euclid used. Whereas if you keep going with proposition 29, the rest of it is crystal clear. You got a diagram. He's referring to specific angles. It's all good. That's what I meant by the problem. It was really the problem of people.
So you found a loophole. You found a loophole.
No, there's no loophole. Proposition 29 is perfect. It's just that don't take the executive summary and then throw out the actual body of the proposition. That's the problem.
What are you talking about? The executive summary.
The little blurb he says in the beginning before he gets into the meat of what he has to say.
It's a proof. At the beginning, he states what is to be proved.
Yeah, but the language is not precise.
Of it is the proof. It is very precise.
It's not.
So I can have parallel lines, right? In reality, extend indefinitely.
Yes.
Parallel straight lines.
Euclid, proposition 29. Is this in book 1?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess it also depends on what translator. Like when he says makes the alternate angles, like that's alternate angles is not clearly defined in this context because there are 8 angles in that picture. So somebody might misinterpret alternate, and I also may misinterpret external. But if you keep going, and then you look at the actual detail where he labels the angles, he's got a label diagram. He walks through it step by step. That part is perfect. It's just that the summary uses words that are not precisely. I'm not going to say they're not precisely defined, but it's just not clear exactly which angles he's talking about.
Not pedantic.
Right? But he clears it all up. I mean, it's kind of like saying, let's take away proposition 29 and only look at the first line summary. And that's a mistake. It's a human mistake. It's a not Euclid's mistake.
There you go. If a straight line fall on 2 parallel straight lines, it makes the alternate angles equal to one another and the exterior angle equal to the interior and opposite angle on the same side. And also the 2 interior angles are the same together equal to 2 right angles. I mean,
right. There's
yeah,
3
it does
statements
go
in there.
through you. Yeah.
There's 3 statements in there. And the second and the third statement are more clearly spelled out. First statement, where it says makes the alternate angles equal to one another, that part is a little vague. Again, the proposition 29 doesn't end there, because then he goes into the details with the diagram. But the alternate angles is not clear what he's talking about, because there are 8 angles in that diagram. All right. When he talks about 2 interior angles on the same side together, that's very clear. I think everybody knows what 2 interior angles on the same side.
Diverging, you think he's diverging plumb bobs? I mean verticals?
He said nothing about plumb or vertical anywhere in this
It does
proposition.
say there, look, it says the alternate angles AGH, GHD shall be equal to one another. I mean,
Right. Notice
why
he's
is that
spelling it
difficult
out.
for you?
Oh, no. I'm saying he's spelling that out after the summary.
No,
All you look at
he's
is the summary,
stating
you
what
might misunderstand.
is to be proved, and then he's proving it. So he's letting
Yeah.
you know what the alternate angles are. The
Right.
fact that you don't know, right? You go, oh, that's a bit fucking weird. He says, oh, that
Didn't
alternate
say
angles there,
anything like
and then
that.
oh look, he does exactly explain out which are the angles. So now you know. You can go and have a look, and you can see which are the alternate angles. Then
Would you
hey,
agree?
you've learned what an alternate angle is.
Would you agree that it would be a mistake to take away the proof part and just deal with the summary?
You look at them both together. That's what Blue was doing, wasn't it? That's why I said it's weird that he's used one that uses the interior and the exterior angles.
But there are 4 interior angles and there are 4 exterior angles.
Yeah.
So you can't just say the interior angles, because it's like, which of the 4 you're talking about?
But
That's
he's
why the
using
proof
the
part.
interior and exterior. That's the whole point of what I said, Charles.
Yeah.
Right. The fact that the rest of it, you get to know how the proof is done by the explanation. I mean,
yes.
Why are you trying to separate them? Why would you want to
No,
separate
I'm not
them?
trying to separate them.
No,
I'm not trying to separate them. No, that's
But
the
you're
entire
the one that's
point of what I'm
that it's
saying.
Problem. There's a problem with it somewhere. For
There's
you.
a problem with people who are removing the proof part and keeping the part where the language might be less than crystal clear. That's the problem. It's a modern human problem, not Euclid's problem. Euclid's proposition.
Human problem. I don't
meaning
think so.
when
It
someone-
might be a you problem.
Oh my goodness.
Tell us what your problem is then, Charles, with this.
I am going bald. That's my problem. In all seriousness, also in Proposition 29, if you just want to look at the summary, he actually makes 3 separate statements. And the part about the reciprocal zenith angles only deals with the third of those 3 statements. 2 interior angles on the same side together equal 2 right angles. That doesn't mean that we're saying the first part's false or the second part's false. We're just simply not using the conclusion of the first part or the conclusion of the second part. We're just using the conclusion of the third part. All 3 conclusions are valid. Right?
I watched your discussion with Awake Souls and Limitless, or Ronnie and Mike from 2018 last night, Charles.
Oh my goodness. Awake Souls. I haven't talked to him in so long. That was 5 years ago. I had that conversation. Wow. What did we talk about?
Oh man, all kinds of shit, dude. But you caved with your funny looking lips. But you did good, man. You're talking about, I mean, dude, like you had to explain a couple things. He's like 1.5 squared with. Hold on a second.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. He thought he could disprove the Pythagorean theorem in reality. Because
Oh, that's right. He was welding. Right. He was welding angle iron together, and he was trying to disprove the Pythagorean theorem using angle iron. It didn't come out successfully.
1.5. He thought like 2.5, 1.5. Like if you went the 3, 4, 5 and cut it in half. He thought He thought one. I forgot exactly, dude. But
Yeah, no. The thing is, if you do cut 3, 4, 5 in half, so you're gonna 1.5, comma 2, comma 2.5, right? Those are your three sides. That still works in the Pythagorean theorem. You can still square them and sum them, and it still works.
He thought 1.5 times 1.5 squared was 2 or something.
Oh, right. Okay. You made a math error. Yeah, you don't want to make a math error with a math teacher in the room. But, yeah, no, that was good. I haven't talked to Wake Souls in a long time. But, yeah, good times.
That's the guys with anybody who doesn't know. That's the guys with the Pac-Man map. The asteroids model. Like if
you warp off one side of the map and then you come right back on the other side.
It does work, but that's a hell of a stipulation. But yeah, you know, you got to give it to them. Look, in their belief. So if they believe, I'm trying to be open-minded. Okay, they believe that we're living in a simulation, so that kind of shit would be possible. They're real heavy. They came up with the true name of God in their minds, like Yahushai. They worked it out logically in their minds, and I respect that. But there's a lot about them, dude. They're just goofy as shit. But they, you know, if you accept that the world works like asteroids, you know, the angles and shit are correct, I guess.
Yeah, up to a point. The thing is, you can't really map the sphere to a.
Then.
The Pythagorean theorem is perfect. There's something like 200 proofs. In reality,
yeah,
there's 200 proofs of the Pythagorean theorem.
Yep.
200 proofs.
So
there have been former U.S. presidents.
It's the fact that triangles have 180 degrees, isn't it?
And planar triangles have 180 degrees. That's
just
correct.
Triangles, it doesn't really matter. Just three points.
Planar triangles.
No, just 3 points. That's the thing
Planar
about
triangles.
the Pythagorean theorem. It's just 3 points.
Yes, and if you connect them with Euclidean straight lines, you will get a planar triangle.
Yeah, that's how you do shortest distance between each point. That's Pythagoras.
Yes, making a planar triangle.
Making a triangle.
Trying to disprove the Pythagorean theorem. Flat earthers, like, that was ridiculous.
But I think President Garfield, if I'm not mistaken, President Garfield had a proof of the Pythagorean theorem as well.
Larry Scott told my lad that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
No, he said spherical.
No, we were talking about triangles in reality.
Okay, but if you take a globe and then you draw 3 shortest paths, then you're going to have a spherical triangle.
So that's a triangle in reality.
You're so funny, Bev. When you keep saying
I'm
reality,
not joking.
but you're.
I'm not joking. Triangle in reality, right?
Yeah,
he literally told my son that triangles have more than 180
spherical triangles
degrees.
in reality have more than 180 degrees. That's correct.
Okay, so that's just 3 points in reality, and you're measuring the angles.
Drawn on a sphere.
No,
3
just
points drawn
in
on a
space.
Sphere. If you drew 3 points in space, you connected them with a straight line, you get a planar triangle. That's not what he was talking about.
He was. If you're on the top of a mountain, because Jen Panda's done this too, if you're on the top of a mountain, there's 3 mountains.
Yes.
Called one A, B, and C.
Yes.
And then you draw the angles between the 2 of them, from A to B to C, and from C to B to A, right? Those 3 angles, you get more than 180 degrees. That's what they said.
That's a planar triangle.
That's what they said.
No. You misunderstood what
Charles,
they said.
No, I'm telling you now, we've got Stark Odder. He's left here today. He has said that this is a proof.
Bev.
He's wrote it down. He's gone with Larry Scott. Charles, don't be telling me what Larry had told my son.
Okay, Bev. I had this exact same argument with Jesse Kozlowski. I was having dinner with him and his family.
Oh, come on.
And he was...
There's nothing more fucking stupid than saying that.
Oh, I only speak the truth, okay?
While we were driving in the car to work,
can I finish?
One morning,
it wasn't while we were driving in the car. It was while we were having dinner.
Yes. With Jesse Kozlowski. Must have been an important meeting.
Oh my goodness. Could you stop interrupting?
I think it's just fun.
Story.
What did you have?
Of course you think it's fun.
Meal for?
meal was it was after we'd just seen the Stargazer stone, which is in a on private land and in this place in Pennsylvania. And we didn't realize it was private land, so we like pulled up with our car, and then they called the cops on us, and they said, oh, "I'm sorry, this is private land, and you're trespassing." So we're like, "Oh, we're sorry, we'll leave."
You and Jesse getting pulled up on by the cops.
We almost got thrown in prison for life.
Wow.
And then it was very cold, and then so we
Did
went
they
off
catch
to
you
a
down
local
dark alley
restaurant
together.
Went to a local restaurant, and he was trying to explain the spherical triangle, and I was trying to tell him that if you have line of sight, and I think Brian, if I'm not mistaken, you had the line of sight argument.
You want to have a word with
If you have line of sight between the three mountains, then you should have a planar triangle. That's what I was arguing. He was like, "No, it's a spherical triangle," and blah blah. And we were going back and forth, back and forth.
So
I was arguing 180.
Yeah.
He was arguing more than 180. All right, if you can imagine the picture.
Who won?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was arguing with the great mythical Jesse Kozlowski over this concept, and I even took a clipboard. There's a little,
to dinner. You took a clipboard.
I had my notes
to
with
dinner.
me. Yeah, you cannot find me without my clipboard. I'm always drawing diagrams and stuff. So yes, I brought my clipboard to dinner, and I balanced it on 3 of my fingers. I took one hand, 3 fingers, and I splayed them out, and I balanced the clipboard on my 3 fingers, and I said, "Look, this is a planar triangle. That my 3 fingertips are representing the peaks of the 3 mountains. This is a planar triangle. It's a clipboard. It's a flat plane." And then finally, he understood what I was saying, so he explained it a little bit differently.
So you got
the
that
way
from me, right? You see my video, right?
where it was line of sight. You keep saying line of sight, right? And that's what I was arguing to Jesse Kozlowski. You have line of sight with the 3 mountains, and it's a planar triangle.
Wow.
Okay. So here's the punchline, because literally he and I were talking past each other.
You know, like you say that some people who believe that all horizontals are parallel are I don't know what you say, they're flat earthers.
Yeah, that's what people call flat
earthers. Doesn't that work with triangles being 180 degrees though?
Well,
isn't that basically the same sort of thing, right? If you say all horizontals are parallel, it's the same as saying triangles have 180 degrees.
No, it's not, because triangles have 180
exactly
degrees in all of Euclidean geometry, and Euclidean geometry can be used on the globe just fine. Okay, so that's not the same thing. But what I was going to say was the punchline.
Euclidean geometry has parallel lines, doesn't it? Perpendicular.
Just want to know the punchline of the story where Jesse and I were able to have our breakthrough and finally start understanding each other instead of talking past each other.
Okay. Did he capitulate?
Well, no, he explained it in a slightly different manner.
Okay.
And the slightly different manner he explained it is he said they are azimuthal angles. Azimuthal angles, which means you have a theodolite on top of a mountain, and it is leveled. It's a leveled instrument. Then all you're doing is you're measuring a
You're not telling me that
horizontal.
Is Jesse Kozlowski.
No, he's just telling you to assume a globe and use azimuth.
No.
Yeah.
There's no globe assumption. It's a measurement. It's a measurement. There's no assumption when you make a measurement. Okay, that's really, really important.
So what happens
If you
on an
take
azimuthal equidistant map, Charles?
My goodness, you are changing the subject. So if you are on the top of these 3 mountains and you measure the azimuthal angle, which means the only thing you're looking at is the change in azimuth from one mountain to another mountain, and then you do it on all 3 mountains. Now, if the mountains are hundreds of miles apart, you're going to have those 3 azimuthal angle changes add up to more than 180 degrees.
There you go. Look.
Even if the 3 mountains are line of sight.
Have a look at that, Charles. Some of the worst fucking logic you've ever seen in your life. Have a look at it. Check it out.
Yeah, it's
tell us if that isn't
tiny.
Jesse Kozlowski's. Straight from the mind of Jesse Kozlowski. When you were having dinner with him.
That's talking about, you got
measuring
3 different
azimuthal
heights.
angles, brackets, using only Euclidean geometry. Doesn't that sound like what you've just explained? What Jesse explained to you while you were having dinner?
Charles, I agree. I could show you.
He's left it today.
I agree. I could show you using azimuths on a globe, okay, but not just azimuths. Okay, if I use an AE map or reality, it doesn't have to be AE map. But if I use just flat azimuths, okay, I get 180, bro. And in reality, I feel like I get 180. But yeah,
Well,
if I use
did
a
you just
globe,
say I feel like I get 180?
demonstrate on a globe
He did.
with
He's
azimuths.
trying to be kind to you.
Yeah. Brian, the key difference is that you have to be on mountaintops that are 100 miles apart or so.
That's what this
You
one is.
can't
Look,
just
he's
you can't
got
just
more
go out
than
in your backyard.
180, hasn't he?
You can't just go out in your backyard and measure spherical triangles.
I
Okay,
get it,
triangles.
Bro. Get it?
That's
Like I
Larry
said, I
said
could
you could. You'd have to.
If I assume a globe, I could use azimuths and show you spherical excess, but I've got to assume the globe and use
No,
azimuths.
you don't.
Yeah,
You don't assume anything. All you just do is measure the angles.
Bro, I just gave you a demonstration of azimuths on an AE map showing
Well,
180, bro. So
those
don't
are
say
not
it's just azimuth.
Those are not azimuths on an AE map. The only azimuths on an AE map are
What are
from the
you
North
guys
Pole.
talking about? Do you know what the azimuth is, right?
Yes, but
Is
the
all-
AE map is a distortion.
All tools get set to the azimuth, don't they? The horizontal plane.
Yes, and
Okay,
he's
so
talking about
why are you
using
talking
azimuths.
about? I know he's using the
on
AE
an
map.
AE map.
So yeah,
the
I know
AE map
that's
is
fucking
horribly
ridiculous,
distorted.
Yes, because
The only
in
azimuths
reality
you could
have
do.
to have
bro.
the tools
I'm
set up to measure the angles.
But
And
Brian,
you're measuring the angles on the azimuthal plane, the horizontal plane, and you're measuring an angle from A to B.
Charles, be logical enough to say, okay, if I do it on a globe using azimuths, then I will
Just do
show
it in
cer-
reality.
Right. In reality, on a plane, you will never
No,
get more
just
than 180.
in reality, you're not on a plane. You're just measuring an angle. You're on the azimuthal plane. The angle is measured on the azimuthal plane.
That's actually a good point.
it's not a single. If you look at that diagram, there isn't a single azimuthal plane.
What do
It's
you mean?
3 planes.
Because they're at 3 different heights.
Right? But with great distance, you're going to get spherical excess. In that
From
particular
measuring those
diagram,
angles.
in
Didn't
that
you
particular
argue with Jesse that you wouldn't?
No,
And now
because,
you're arguing that there would be.
Oh, what you're looking at in that diagram, do you see the triangle that is indicated by the dotted line?
Yeah, the actual triangle that you're
Yeah,
measuring.
the actual triangle. That's the
Yeah.
triangle I was arguing, and I was arguing that dotted triangle was a planar triangle. But he
It is a
didn't get that
triangle.
it is a planar triangle,
It
and those
is.
angles will add up to 180. Okay,
Yes.
but Jesse didn't understand that was my point. Jesse was thinking azimuthal angles, but he didn't understand my point about the planar triangle, which
Yeah,
is
it
that
doesn't-
dotted triangle.
Doesn't really matter because you're always going to have 180 degrees anyway.
Well, in reality, if you look at the bottom of that page, in reality, you get spherical excess at great distance.
No. No,
You
if
measure
you-
spherical excess
There's
at
some
great
numbers
distance.
at the bottom of the page, but that doesn't
Oh,
mean
they're
triangles
measurements.
have more than 180 degrees.
They don't say triangles. They say spherical triangles
No.
or measuring
No,
the three azimuths.
Triangles do not have more than 180 degrees in reality.
Planar triangles do not. Okay, planar triangles
I
do
know,
not. You're
and
correct.
that's what they've measured.
You got to
there.
be specific.
A
So,
triangle.
Bev, one of the themes of
But
my
have you seen the rest of
my
it?
paper-
Did he try and tell you that verticals weren't parallel because triangles have more than 180 degrees? Is
no,
that what
but they
Jesse?
are both caused by the same thing.
So that looks
there's
like
a-
what Jesse was arguing with you then. That is it.
I
That's
was
what-
arguing the dotted triangle.
Yeah.
He did not understand that I was arguing the dotted triangle. Okay, that's the key. But I just want to get back like my why can't these guys do geometry? One of the big things is when people are vague with their language. So here we are talking about spherical triangles and we're talking about planar triangles. But you insist on just saying triangles.
because
That's
it
a
is
tell,
just a
Bev.
triangle.
That's a tell, Bev.
It's not a tell
Okay.
for anything.
It's a tell.
No, triangles.
If you were
are only
if you were
3
trying-
points. They only have 180 degrees.
if you were trying to breed horses and you got somebody who has a stud, and that's the stud, the male horse, and then you have a mare, that's the female horse, and then you come in, you're like, well, they're just horses. It's like if the whole point is distinguishing the studs from the mares, you don't just say, well, they're just horses. No, you're going to refer to them by more specific language.
We're on
So
top
if you
of
and I are
3
talking about
fucking mountains. We've not got horses. Right?
But I'm
We're,
just
in
saying,
reality, we've got
why can't you
3
say-
tops of the mountains and we're
can't you say what
measuring
kind of triangle
3
you mean?
fucking angles.
What kind of angles? Planar angles or azimuthal angles?
There's only planar angles. There's an angle in a plane. That's it.
The dotted triangle is a planar triangle, okay? And you'll have 3 planar angles. However, if you measure
That's the only
azimuths,
angle there is.
no.
He's assuming that he's on a globe, bro. He doesn't realize that. Yeah, if we.
So
I mean,
What do you mean? He's assuming he's on a globe. He's
There's no
measuring
assumption.
an
Measuring
angle.
angles. We're measuring angles. Yes.
Yes.
And then he
Measuring
says
angles.
in the beginning of his presentation, he besides
So you
the
wouldn't be
face
making
thing-
any assumptions on that other than you measuring an angle, would you?
I mean, you could say the same with the reciprocal zenith test.
No,
They're
we're
just
just
measuring
measuring
angles.
angles, yes.
Just measuring angles. And for some reason, they add up to more than 180. There's got to be a reason for that. So
I
my
don't know.
question to you, Bev, is
Who's
why do you
wor-
think
have
they
you
add up
ever
to
done
more than
it?
180?
Have you ever done it?
That's
I
a
have not.
baseless claim.
Have you ever done it?
I've never swum with an octopus either, but I
Right,
know
so-
they exist.
But you've talked, you've had dinner with a guy who claims to have done it. Although
Yeah, but here's the question,
as we heard over there when you were talking to Blue the other day, Larry couldn't even see Jesse.
Oh, he was too small. He was 10 miles away. Have you ever seen a person 10 miles
was
away?
Foggy. Did you not hear him?
He had a signal mirror, right?
It was foggy.
I mean, the photos that I've seen taken on that day do not show fog.
The
So I'm
photos.
not
He
sure.
knew right about where he was at. That's literally what he said. He knew about where he was.
With a signal mirror, right? You know how to flash with a signal mirror.
In the fog?
How thick is the fog?
I don't know.
Is it a light,
I
is it a light
wasn't
mist?
there. Have you seen
Or can
pictures?
you not see?
Have you seen video
know,
of it?
Charles, you were there.
I was not there.
Oh, you weren't there, right? So we don't know. Have you seen a video?
No, it's part of the discussion.
Conditions.
But here's the question. Here's the
Pictures.
question. If you deny
Did
that
Jesse
this is
tell you?
possible, you
Yeah,
can do it yourself.
Charles,
You
look,
do it yourself.
I'm gonna deny it. Yes.
Hey, find a cliff. You know, find 2 places
we
that are about 10
have-
miles apart.
We
where you
have
can
our
see each other.
own tests, Charles.
Well, but you're
right. So we don't need to do
Would love to see a
baseless claim tests from
description of your
shadow
test.
giants that have fucked off.
Well, you do realize that Jesse and Larry are not the first person to do a reciprocal zenith angle measurement, right?
I wouldn't know. You don't know anything about
so,
it.
so therefore, all the other people who have done
you,
it,
you
they
don't.
also.
Who are they?
It's documented in various surveying manuals and surveying documents.
Right. Have you had dinner with all of them, or you
I
just
have not
sort
had
of
dinner with all of them.
no?
And I have never swum with an octopus, yet I'm pretty sure they exist.
Bev, in their world, the further they go, the more accurate they get. That's that's problem number one. That's they're claiming these measurements that I think you've demonstrated are freaking. It's mathematics at best. I mean, you're gonna get a different fucking reciprocal zenith angle every time you measure it at that distance, Charles. Every
So,
time
Brian,
you're gonna get something different.
So Brian, so you're saying it was just error? That was all they had? It was just
He's
error?
giving
and that's
you
why
the
it was more than
validity
180.
of something actually doing this, Brian. They do not take reciprocal zenith angles over distance to measure the divergence of plumb. It doesn't happen. Stop fucking playing with them.
It's because we've known it's a globe for several thousand years. So
But it
yes, of
doesn't
course they
get
don't
done.
do that.
Right. Well,
You
why
they don't do
why
that
are
to find
Jesse
the
and Larry
divergence
the
of
ones
plumb.
doing it? Why are you
Because
pretending
because
that it is done when it's not?
Because it's a fun little test you could do with precision
You
surveying
cannot
equipment.
do it. It cannot be
goodness.
done. You yourself said
So-
it's impossible.
No, what I said was impossible was measuring the hump of a concrete floor that's only 100 feet wide.
And the
Okay.
verticals diverging over distance.
No, what I said was impossible was taking a plumb line, a piece of string with a weight on the end and then measuring the angle of to another plumb line that is so many miles away, exactly how people would measure these two plumb lines, that's what I said was
Isn't
impossible.
that the plumb line tilt?
What is possible is to do reciprocal zenith angles.
For the plumb line
where
tilt.
you find diverging zenith.
To get the plumb line tilt.
It's so funny that,
it's
you
really
say
weird that you said
it's
it was impossible, but now you seem to
No.
think it is possible.
Okay, so let's be crystal clear.
Go on then.
Have two plumb lines, say 10 miles apart. Let's say the same distance apart as Larry and Jesse were.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a nail,
You do realize that they think that everything gets set up to plumb. So both of these tools,
you're interrupting the scenario.
Both of these tools are set to plumb. These people think, right?
So you've got a plumb bob, like literally a string hanging from a nail with a weight at the end. Okay, and then you have another one 10 miles away. What I have claimed is impossible is measuring the angle between those strings. You are not going to measure the angle between those strings. I don't know of any laser, range finding, whatever, finding the difference.
Between them, bro. We know
it is the
let
angle.
me just finish.
You don't realize
the difference, the distance between the tops of the strings and the distance between the bottoms of the strings. Well, the tops of the strings will have a larger
reciprocal
distance.
zenith.
Okay. And you're not going to measure that distance between
the reciprocal zenith angles.
The reciprocal
do you
zenith
not
angles is a
realise?
test you can do.
Well, that is the plumb line,
It is
isn't
not
it?
done with plumb. That is not done with plumb bobs.
It is.
Okay. It's not done with plumb bobs.
It is.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
It's done with two theodolites. Okay.
Yes,
which
but
are precision
the
instruments.
theodolites are claimed to be set up plumb because you're using zenith. Because zenith is
yes,
plumb and
Oh my goodness.
vertical.
Okay, so you're using plumb as an adjective, not a noun. There's a difference.
Oh, come on, Charles.
If you set up a theodolite and you call it plumb, is not because you are putting it next to a string with a long weight at the end.
You do put a plumb at the bottom. You hang it and you point it right at the nadir, right? Then opposite to that nadir is called the zenith.
Okay, but the theodolite is a precision measuring instrument. A plumb bob is not.
Are you sure you know what you're talking about? I'm pretty sure that
Yes,
you
you
don't
cannot
even
measure
know anything about
angles.
the surveying process.
You cannot measure angles to, minutes of arc, seconds of arc with a plumb bob. You can establish a vertical with a plumb bob, but you cannot measure an angle with a plumb bob. You can measure an angle with a theodolite.
And you
So
set
reciprocal
the
zenith
theodolite
angles
up on the azimuthal, which makes sure that your zenith nadir is vertical, plumb.
It's correct. It's correct. I agree with you 100%, which is not the same thing as just a piece of string with a weight. It is a precision instrument. Okay? So the point that I'm trying to make is that what I claimed was impossible was taking two plumb bobs and then making any kind of conclusion from two plumb bobs.
And you don't assume
what
that these tools are plumb.
What Jesse and Larry did is they took two precision theodolites
Yeah.
and they precisely measured zenith angles. Now the question is, how come they add up to more than 180? It appears as though Brian is just saying, well, they just had measurement error.
No, they won't show me the measurements, bro. Where are these measurements you're talking about?
They document it in all their their documentation. I mean, like I said,
You don't really know
I haven't
about
looked
it.
over
You've
the
had dinner with
documents.
him. But I mean,
I've
you've heard
seen-
Blue talk about it.
I've seen the summary.
You've heard Larry say that you couldn't really see each other because it was a bit foggy. And it doesn't really need to be within that close. Anyway,
I don't know about that. But
to match your model.
But the thing is, it's so let's say you're arguing that it was just a big error. They couldn't see each other. It was
nobody's
foggy,
arguing
that-
anything, are they?
Okay.
Because you can't provide anything. You've just got to just
Okay,
because
well, then throw
story.
it, then throw it in the trash. It's a just so
have,
story.
yeah.
Okay?
The
So
summary didn't match the globe model.
so why don't you try a different test, such as I don't know,
Realizing
some of the
Euclid.
explorations that are on my channel. Hint, hint.
We do a
Plug
realizing
my
Euclid.
channel. Yeah, and I still have not seen, literally to this day, I've not seen
Hmm.
any specifications on that test. I've heard it mentioned a million
Shared straight line
times.
Segments.
I get that. Straight line segments, shared straight line segments. What does that mean in reality?
It
I'd like to
means
know
a
what that means in
shared
reality.
straight line segment, just as it is in geometry, but in reality. You just use the principles
another one of your
the
tells.
shared straight line segment. What do you mean tells?
Because when I ask for clarification and then you literally repeat what you just said. So
you
what does
want
a shared
you
straight
ask
line
for
segment mean in
clarification.
reality? And you're like, what it means in reality is a shared straight line segment in reality. And it's like, you haven't told me anything. What are the details? That's what I like to know.
Okay,
anyway,
right. Here we
you
go.
don't have to say it out
Listen
loud,
for this
but
then, right? Imagine you've
eager.
got a 6 foot level, right? And you place it level. And then you've got another 6 foot level. Right? So what you do is you place it so it's half on the other level.
Right. Okay. So shared. Right. Okay. So okay. And then you leapfrog
repeat
them.
that.
Okay. Now, how are you holding up these levels? Do you have like a tripod, or do you have like a
the
sawhorses?
principle? Right? It's
Right,
not.
right. But the devil's
it's
in the
not
details.
spirit levels, right? We use water levels, but use that principle and think about it yourself.
Oh well, if
How-
you're using
how
water
would
levels,
you
if you're using water levels, you're going to go right around the curve of the Earth, and you never know the difference because water levels are curved. Oh my goodness!
What with 2 points? 2 points. Point A and point B.
You're so certain of that shit, Charles. You've never even probably seen one in real life, bro. It's so fucking ridiculous, bro. How certain you are.
So, well, because I know the principles that are involved.
2 points.
You see Tom
a water
video with the guy on the bridge, where he filmed them for like 12 hours, and they literally went concave, convex, flat, concave, convex, flat. You know, when we're doing these,
Brian,
matter, bro. The ground, we don't even think about the ground when we're laying out horizontals, bro. When we're measuring,
because the planet is really, really big.
2 points. A water level.
So, Beth, do you have 2 water levels? Is that how you're doing the shared? Is that how you're doing this? Is that how you think you're doing the shared straight line segments? Is with
I
2
know
water
how
levels?
we're doing it, right?
Are you
Don't worry
leapfrogging
about,
with
don't
2
worry
water
about
levels?
it, right? We're talking about a water level that has point A and point B. There's 2 points.
Right. Yes.
Right. And are you saying that curves?
Well, I'm saying that the level of those 2, point A and point B, that will follow the curvature of the Earth.
Bro, you're thinking about the ground.
No, he's not. Let Brian.
What the
he's
water
thinking
level
about
simulates
point
is a body
and
of water.
point B, right? And then you've got the shortest distance between A and B. Are you saying that's a curve?
No, the straight line is not a curve.
Okay.
I'm saying the levels in the water level will be in the intersection of a hypothetical body of water that is the same elevation, where the depth of the water is the same elevation as the. I mean, that's the whole principle of the water level. It's tracing a theoretical or a hypothetical body of water using just water in tubes, right? Because you can't, like when they built the Great Pyramid, they had a trench. They dug a trench and they filled the trench with water. So they literally had a trench filled with water surrounding the site of the Great Pyramid, and that's how they got the thing level, okay? Because they didn't have plastic tubing back then. They literally made a body of water. That's the point I'm trying to make. They literally made a body of water around the site of the Great Pyramid, okay? Now, a water level simulates that, but just with a tube and then two hoses or two reservoirs.
One hose.
Oh, no, one hose, but 2 ends. 2 ends, right?
They do tend to have 2 ends. Have you ever seen a hose with only one end?
So you know what I'm talking about, right? And I'm sorry, my kids are making a bunch of noise. But what those 2 levels in that single hose, what that simulates
like
is a body of water.
water.
Simulates a body of water where the level of the body of water is at the level of the water level. Okay.
Equilibrium, right?
Equilibrium, right? Hydrostatic equilibrium, exactly.
You need another tool to prove that. Remember, Rumpus, great, didn't he?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
With the water level, because you like sighting down it, and that would be another tool, right? The eyeball, like Rumpus.
Yeah, your eyeball, right? The rumpus didn't think the eyeball was a tool. Oh my goodness! Don't get me started on the rumpus. the point I'm trying to, or maybe the question I'm trying to ask is, in all practicality, if you're doing the realizing Euclid test with a water level,
practically
are you
identical.
using-
I think we got to,
are you,
didn't we?
Are you using 2 water levels and then you're going to leapfrog them?
Yeah, we could have
Because that's
3
not
or
a
4
shared,
or 5
that's not
or
a shared
6,
straight line,
couldn't we?
Sure, but they are going to follow the curvature of the Earth. That's the thing you're not getting.
What, with the shared straight line segments?
They're not straight line segments. They're pieces of water. They're pieces of level, and level is
What,
curved.
from A to B is not a straight line.
You could make a straight line, but we're talking about the levels in the tubes.
Yeah, that's from A to B, like the levels of the water.
No,
in the tube.
level is not from A to B. The level is in tube marked A, and the level is in tube marked B. Okay.
Yeah. So from A
but
to
what I'm
B,
trying to
it
say
would
is,
be
you
the
could, if you
level,
leapfrog this, you know, 100 miles, or let's say 69 miles, you will have gone, you know, 1 degree of curvature, and you would never know the
1
difference.
degree of a water level. Where's that? A water level isn't a measurement of a degree. How do you measure a degree
what I'm
with a
saying
water level?
is,
What
if
are you
you were
talking about then?
Okay, so your water
like
level.
you said before earlier, a plumb bob
The
isn't
first
an angle measuring device. So
that's correct.
Okay, so that distance doesn't make an angle, does it?
Distance. If you were talking about when you first set up your water level, and let's say you call that line from A to B, you call that horizontal, right?
A straight
then
line,
you
yeah.
go, you leapfrog and you leapfrog and you leapfrog, and now you're 69 miles away. And now you have your water level set up 69 miles away from your starting point.
69 miles straight line.
Then you measure A and B on your water level.
Equal elevation.
That's you call that a new horizontal. Well, that horizontal will be 1 degree offset from the first horizontal.
Charles,
We'll
you
get
agree if you're looking
intersecting
at a bunch of
horizontal
hurdles,
planes.
you agree if you're looking at a bunch of hurdles that they look like they're getting higher and higher the further out they get, right?
No.
Huh?
Depends on where you put the camera. Is your camera above the hurdles? Because if your camera's below the hurdles, they're going to appear like they're getting shorter. That's perspective. Everyone knows what perspective is.
Right. So unless you have the second, what do you call it? The second upright at the horizon, then you're always going to have a little bit of perspective. It doesn't take but a smidge. I could back up and cheat that. I could show you whatever I want with if I'm sighting a water level, bro. It's that close. Like, it depends on how far I back up and whatnot. But I'm telling you, man, it's not as certain. The water level, bro, establishes a horizontal frame of reference in reality, bro.
Locally, sure, no argument there. That's what it does locally.
And I agree with Rumpus. A lot of y'all's dispute Rumpus, but I did agree with you a couple times too. Like,
I appreciate it.
Wasn't the time? Like, it wasn't the time. Like I agree.
Oh, right. It was the wrong venue. It was not the Rumpus venue. It was supposed to be the Dunk on Bev venue. But
bro, y'all dogged on
he
Rumpus.
can't help.
Just explained to y'all that you can't about the horizontal and you got the vertical and the horizontal.
He was so confused.
Y'all totally dunked on him right after. But y'all left it kind of up in the air, bro. I'm just saying, like he made a couple good points, and yeah, I think y'all still have some issues to pound out, to sort out a little bit. There's a couple things still in the air that y'all need to sort out so we can get the argument right.
The thing is, if he can't sort out his nonstop need to interrupt and be pedantic about everything, then there's nothing to sort out. Like, I just can't talk to somebody like that. No, it's like, what is the point of talking to somebody who literally can't stop interrupting, over everything? So, he was like, Charles was just so wrong on so many points that it's like, no, I was wrong on none of the points. The only point I was wrong on was the Nile River.
Your first two, bro, were like ridiculous, dude. Like, that was a really bad opener. Talking about faith. And then the second one, Euclidean geometry is the wrong geometry, bro.
No, I never said Euclidean geometry is the wrong geometry. I said geometry is descriptive, not prescriptive. And of course, the Rumpus misunderstood what I meant by that and claims that I'm wrong. But, a lot of times people who are, they have a big head, they don't really want to understand. They don't want to understand what somebody said. Like if you say something and I disagree with you,
I got it,
it's possible that I might have misunderstood you, That's when we're trying to get clarification.
Charles, I got the gist of it, but think about this: put yourself in your opposition's shoes, and when you first came out the gate, you said, you said that if you already have faith in God, then somebody could put up a bulletin with 10 objective facts, and you're not even gonna look at it because of faith, bro.
Yeah.
That
Well,
to your opponent, bro, that is such a projection, bro. You're literally saying no matter what we tell you, you're literally no matter what fact we show you, you're just going to be on the globe no matter what. So you got to see it from our point of view a little bit. That was a bad opener.
I get your point, but you got to put the word fact in scare quotes. Okay? Because sometimes people bring quote unquote, I'm making air quotes, quote unquote facts, which aren't exactly facts. There's a lot of misunderstandings. I mean, I've been around the block a few times. There are a classic one, though, there are 1,000 misunderstandings in this arena.
Right, but here's the classic, bro. Is when you're talking about you try to be as objective as possible, and you try to be real precise. And then y'all told Rumpus that he's being a pedantic prick, and he's focusing on words, bro. Literally, not hardly long at all after you said that you try to be precise with us, but bro, it's us trying to pin you down to the definitions to an argument. So I understand where you're coming from. I can see your side, but I do recommend you step back of the box and see literally projecting remarkably fucking bro. Just I mean, we're really the same sentence in the same paragraph sometimes. I don't see how you recognize.
I can see your point. I can see your point. But the bit about faith is that the shape of the earth is objective reality. That's that's hard, that's hard factual shape. I mean, assuming that we're not living in a simulation, okay? So the shape of the earth is an objective reality. And faith in God is not, okay? So the faith that I have in my heart, that is very personal to me. I'm not going to project it on anyone else. But that's not shape of the earth. Okay, the shape of the earth is an objective fact. Faith in a god or a religion is very subjective.
You put more? You say you've got more faith in either the model.
Oh, so that's a very good question. So if I have more uncertainty, or do I have more uncertainty with the globe or with God? That would be definitely God. Because I know for a fact that the earth is a globe, 1,000%, whereas I might be 999%.
So you've got more faith in the globe than you have.
Yeah, because it's objective reality. Whereas my belief in God comes from very, very subjective feelings, experiences, thoughts swirling through my head. I mean, I believe it's true, but I'm also acknowledging that I could be wrong because it is based on literally feelings. Okay. My faith in God is based on feelings. My belief in the globe is based on measurements. Okay. Measurements and evidence. So yeah. Because that's the thing. It's
faith in them
all sorts of things. Bro. Measurement of all sorts of things.
But mainly angles, right?
No, not mainly angles.
Charles, it's literally your faith in bullshit measurements, bro. We have made the measurements, bro. The earth is not fucking curving, bro.
Oh my goodness. When you say we've made the measurements, you have to be more specific.
When he says we, don't count me in with that because I'm not part of that, right, Brian? But you Brian, are just stating some shit.
I've seen some of your measurements, bro. I've seen some of your measurements. I've seen at the canal, okay? And the first thing I did, bro, is went down to the coast and started running string lines and started fucking going down and checking it, bro. And there was no curvature, bro. I didn't go a super long way, bro, but I went
trust Brian in his string lines,
or so, bro. It just wasn't changing, bro. There's no
Brian, what did you expect to be changing at that canal? What was your expectation if the earth were a globe?
No.
See, when we did our test, we literally just did it for Euclid. It was a realizing Euclid test. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth, right? It never has had.
It showed me that canal wasn't curving, though. That's all I said. I showed the canal was not curving.
It doesn't look like it's curving. Water looks flat. The planet is 25,000 miles across. Okay, so if you're looking down a 6-mile canal, that 6 miles of water is going to look really, really flat. Okay, so if you looked at canal water and that canal water looked flat to you,
But you're
it
not
should look
just
flat.
looking, right? It's not
Okay.
looking, is it?
So Brian, what exactly were you expecting?
Dude, the only thing we agree on in all like the like Earth Awakenings and other debate rooms is that optics are unreliable as proof, and you are literally up close. We can get for some at distances. Bev has shown that you can't even see the claims that these measurements you're relying on and parroting. Bev has shown that there's not that kind of precision even in the scopes, bro. And plus over long distance things do not get more accurate, Charles. They are more accurate up close. That's reality, bro.
It all depends on what you mean by more accurate. If you are talking about trying to discern the shape of the Earth, greater distance is going to give you greater accuracy with like I say,
So
estimated
is
radius
that what
of the
you
Earth.
were doing, Brian? Because I mean, I'd say you're fucking ridiculous if you are. But is that what you were trying to do?
Ever. You'll never know the shape of the Earth, bro. Ever, fucking ever.
So you believe like space is fake?
What?
I believe NASA's bullshit.
Don't
but that's a whole different...
fucking feed the troll, Brian. Listen to him. He's literally
Brian,
just
I
asked
apologize
you.
for using that phrase.
You've literally just
apologize
asked
for
him
using that phrase.
about fucking measuring, and then you go to believing that space is fake.
I was just it was a flippant question. I retract that question. But Brian,
Let's have it.
Have you seen the various videos that people have shot of seeing the ISS pass in front of the moon or pass in front of the sun? Or even at the night sky.
This isn't an interview
have you seen
for
those?
you. If you want to do a little interview with Brian, you can do it on your own channel if you want, right?
Okay, I apologize.
Because I don't know what this is. Like
Brian,
we aren't flat earthers, and I'm not interested in your flat earth chat with your buddy.
Brian, would you be interested in having a chat over at my channel sometime sometime this summer? Brian's still there. Anyway.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, we set something up. DM me.
Okay, I'll DM you. Okay.
Hey, Bev, I'll give this to Bev too. He holds my shit. Fuck, he calls my shit too. He calls the Blue, you, me, everybody alike, bro. And he, dude, that advanced simplicity, bro. Like he, that was a bad accusation around the gate with the pedantics and the words, because that's demanded around here, is being very specific and speaking about what you mean and sticking with it. That's one thing Bev is hyper specific about. He holds my shit to the fire. But you had a couple points that are debatable in my opinion. But yeah, man, I would love to have a discussion with you here in the future, brother.
All right, Bev. I think I'm gonna push off. It was really great talking with you as always, and I enjoyed chatting up your folks in the text chat.
Well,
so thank you for hosting as always.
I wouldn't mind going over your points and going through them.
Oh yeah,
with you at
absolutely,
some point.
Absolutely. Yeah. Would you be able to can we coordinate something with DMs?
Yeah.
Because my schedule is free now. I mean, I do have to work on my Norristown house. I'm trying to get that ready for sale. But my schedule is free in that I'm not teaching. I will be doing a training in July, but
That's the one good thing about being a teacher, right? Did you set up or you got it all, or are they spreading it out?
No, it's a training that's 2 weeks. It's an 80-hour training, 2 weeks in July. So that's all preset. But the rest of the summer is pretty flexible. So.
Brother was a high school teacher, man, and he said he could either get the money like in the school months, or else they could hold back and they could spread it out over the summer.
I get the question. Yeah, no, we have a salary, so basically it's 10 months of work and the money is spread out over 12 months. Yes, I get you.
So school's out for the summer. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Bev, let's set up something with DMs, and then also Brian. We'll set something up where you can chat on my channel. Because I would like to, because sometimes we get interrupted and sometimes it gets kind of crazy. So
The globe needs
Right.
a new hero.
I would love to listen to you and Bev go over them points specifically and shit. That'd be so cool to watch.
Yes, that document. We can go over it point by point. Absolutely. Yeah.
So I'll step back for next time you join on this channel. Yeah, and we'll do something on your channel and talk about space and all that other horse shit. Bev,
Whatever,
I'm taking
man.
out too, brother. I appreciate it, y'all. Always a
Okey-dokey.
pleasure.
Okay.
Thanks
Right,
a lot.
Brian. Take care. And then Bev, I'm gonna take off. So I'm signing off. Thanks for hosting as always. Appreciate your kindness.
All right.
Right, take care.
See you
Bye-bye.
later. Interesting. Oh, it's going to go quiet for a bit now, isn't it? Woo! Getting pretty late. Right. What's going on, everyone? I mean, come on.
WTF.
What's going on? I fancy leaving somebody like that in charge of the globe. Madness. Right, I'm going to do a Buster song. Who we're going to have? I think blue. I quite like this. Really big ball. Really big ball. Okay, thank you very much. It's been great. Rather a long one for Friday night. Right, here we go. See you. We might be back on over the weekend. You never know. We might start doing stuff at the weekend. Catch you later. If not, Monday. Model Affliction. Thank you very much. Assumption number one. A vertical is a straight line.
That's
okay.
Make the same assumption. A
Okay,
vertical is
and
a straight line.
horizontal
a straight line.
is perpendicular to it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball.
Okay.
In every case.
And
We have
all
we have no
perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but
Okay.
only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump. In space, Bev, yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball. There's no
Water
hump.
levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No. We
Sure
know
they do.
how
Compared
water
to a
flows.
horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no
So
hump.
you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just
Standing
said
on
that
top
it's
of a
falling
sphere.
away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course
standing
you're on the
top.
hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the
Yeah,
side of a
straight
ball.
edges. I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev, Standing on the earth, Bill. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bill, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no
No,
hump.
it's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no
In
curve
reality-
to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
No,
So
not
they
by the
would meet
definition.
that description.
No, Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and it doesn't. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it.